Good morning and welcome to the HKU Information Day for Undergraduate Admissions 2020. And particularly a very warm welcome to you all for joining us at this very first session of the day on non-JUPAS admissions. My name is Vicky Chan. I'm the Senior Program Manager at the Admissions and Academic Liaison section of the Registry at the University of Hong Kong. While we're not able to welcome you on campus today for our annual festivities, we certainly hope that you will continue to receive much needed information to help you decide which of the programs or opportunities offered by HKU will suit your aspirations best. And these aspirations of yours may be to become a surgeon, or a lawyer, or a chief financial officer, or a research scientist. All of these are very realistic and tangible aspirations and are ones that HKU is more than ready to support you in achieving. We are that confident because, well, our peers in higher education have informed us that the University of Hong Kong is very well regarded in the world according to our rankings. And most importantly, the university is a truly comprehensive institution with subjects in a wide range of disciplines being regarded and ranked in the top 20 in the world. But most important for the university is that our students. The mission of the university is not simply to create or impart knowledge. It is through many opportunities available at the university to our students, whether they are academic or extracurricular in nature, that we aim to multiply the results attainable by our students so that they can aspire to become an inspiration for those around them. And so today, to help me illustrate this point better, how it is all possible at the University of Hong Kong, we have invited two guests who will share their university experience with us. We have in the middle, Hinako, who is currently a Year 3 student in the Bachelor of Social Sciences, currently at a crossroad between research or working in the industry. And we have Ibno to her left, a graduate from the Bachelor of Engineering program and is now still affiliated with the university as a researcher. So maybe let's start with you, Hinako. I know that you have a very rare, and some may say rigorous mix of courses in your degree. Can you tell us more about that?
Hi, I'm Hinako Kojima. I'm a Year 3 student from the Bachelor of Social Sciences. So I was admitted to the University of Hong Kong through the local non-JUPAS scheme. So I was in a high school in Hong Kong called South Island School, and I obtained my IB diploma there, and that's how I entered university. So to talk about my majors and minors, my majors is psychology and neuroscience, and also for my minor, I have human resource management. So for psychology, I knew this was my thing when I entered the University of Hong Kong. So when I just knew that I liked psychology all the way from when I was 15, when I was doing my GCSEs and IBs, thanks to my teachers. And so for neuroscience, it was more like to supplement my knowledge in psychology from a specified biological aspect. So for this, I actually decided to take neuroscience from this major minor talk from my faculty, where I was first introduced to all the diverse majors and minors offered by the university. And so first I knew I had neuroscience as my option. First I was really scared of taking neuroscience. It sounded too hard for me. I thought I needed to be an expert in sciences like biology, chemistry, physics, computer science. I don't have all that background. But then the teachers in the University of Hong Kong told me that if I have a background in one of those fields, then it'll be fine. And that's actually one of the admission requirements for the major. So because I really like biology, as I mentioned before, so I decided to take neuroscience in that biological approach. So for human resource management, I actually thought of taking this minor very recently, actually the start of this year, because I was actually supposed to go to my second exchange program this year to Japan, but it got canceled because of the pandemic. And so I was like, okay, I have this extra semester, I might as well fully utilize it, and I decided to take human resource management that I was really interested from the start, and take this opportunity because human resource management is really a subject that really illustrates the practicality of psychology, like for example in the business field, really like in every organization. So I just decided to take this as my minor. Actually, when I was considering all my majors and minors, I had a lot in mind. For example, I was interested in counseling and also criminology. So I took the introductory courses for that back in year 1, but I realized that it's probably not my thing, and I decided to take this path.
I see. So interest is very important for you, and you found sort of things that combine your interests together quite well in the social sciences faculty. Excellent. Ibnul, I think your story is slightly different compared to Hinako's, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So hi guys, my name is Ibnul. I'm a Bachelor of Engineering graduate from the University of Hong Kong in 2017. And I entered HKU in 2013. I did GCE A-levels, the Cambridge curriculum, and I was an overseas student from Bangladesh. So as I said, I have done mechanical engineering, and my field was not as diverse as Hinako's. I was very focused on what I want to study. My ultimate aspiration is to become an aviation engineer. So when I came to HKU, I already had made up my mind that I want to study mechanical engineering. So I wanted to explore the different fields within mechanical engineering, because mechanical engineering has a lot of different types of sectors like robotics, you have automation engineering, automotive engineering, aerospace engineering, energy engineering, and so on, right? But one thing I appreciated about HKU is when I came here in year 1, year 1 is a more general engineering courses. So I had opportunity to explore electrical engineering, civil engineering, computer science, mechanical engineering, and so on. And then finally, I decided to become a mechanical engineering student from my year 2. So I guess that's how my story is. And I'm happy that I did my bachelor's at HKU.
Excellent. I'm glad you say that. It's very reassuring to hear from our graduates that you actually enjoyed your time. But talking about your university life, I think students also would like to know what sort of things do you do as a university student at HKU? So maybe extracurricular, research, clubs. I know Ibno and both Hinako, you also have some of these experiences as well. So maybe tell us a bit more.
Okay, so for me, a key experience I had in HKU was my exchange. So as I mentioned earlier, I got my second exchange cancelled, but I managed to go to my first exchange last semester. So this was at University College London in the UK. So there I was affiliated in a department called Arts and Sciences, which is actually kind of different from where I am, like social sciences right now. So that was like a program where it was like a very liberal version of liberal arts. I can take basically any course from any faculties. So there I took 2 psychology courses, 1 security and crime course, and one other random course called Introduction to World Cinema. So I really enjoyed the experience every moment in UCL. I really thank the opportunity, from the University of Hong Kong, that I managed to spend that time, because it really opened up my future path. So I'm aspiring to pursue a postgraduate degree, probably in psychology in the future. But I really enjoyed the learning environment in the UK. So I really think that would be the goal I'm trying to go for right now. I currently aim to go for a master's in the UK. Also, I want to talk about this ongoing experience right now. So that's my internship. So this internship is under my faculty. So it's under this specific program specific to social sciences called the Social Innovation Global Citizenship Program. So there I have to do either a term time, a whole year internship or summer internship, and I get paid with credits. And I need that for graduation. Yeah, so currently I work as an HR intern at the Financial Times, so that's really connected with my minor. This is also a reason why I try to take human resource management. So because I have the full experience as an intern at the Financial Times, and also I can know those theoretical knowledge in the University of Hong Kong. And currently I'm really enjoying it. It's only been a month. I've only been to office twice because of the pandemic again. But it's really interesting to actually be in a part of the human resource team. This is like a very new experience for me. Right now, I'm looking at everyone's resumes and CVs. It's really fun, honestly. Yeah.
Well, maybe you will see some of your friends' resume.
Hopefully.
In the PAL. No. What about you?
Yeah. So for me, the highlight of my university experience would definitely be the outside of class learning experiences. So I was involved in a lot of things when I was at the university. One of them was the student ambassador scheme. So I actually represented the University of Hong Kong at a lot of different events within and outside Hong Kong. And I was also very active in my hall life. I was one of the student leaders of the hall. So those are the non-academic related highlights of my university experience. Apart from that, because engineering is a very practical-based major, I would say, there's only that much you can learn from the classroom. But your main learning will come when you actually work on different projects. So I did a few projects. I'll talk about two of them. So as a final year project, I worked on making a remote control aircraft. And we went to Taiwan for a competition where we won the first runners-up award in the advanced engine category. And the second one is more interesting, which I'm currently involved with. It's making a robotic fish. And I'm happy that in January, we actually broke a Guinness World Record for the world's fastest robotic fish. So those are, the best thing is like, it's a mix of different experiences. You're not only focusing on one thing, not only academics or only research. It gives you a lot of opportunities to develop yourself personally. Like you can have a lot of leadership skills and communication skills, so which is a very important soft skill, I would say. So I would say my university experience was very all-rounded. I was not focused on one particular thing.
And I think that's how I've come to know you, right, Ibno?
Yes,
We've met several times when you were still a student, and after you've graduated, you continue to share your experience with us. Definitely, and both of you actually represent a very typical profile of what we call a student at HKU, very active, taking the opportunities that are available and knowing what to achieve, what you want out of it. And I think we will wonder sometimes, how has the transition been for you? So moving from a secondary school student, Hinako, you did the IB, Ibno, the A-level, and these are qualifications I think a lot of people in our audience today are currently pursuing right now. How has that transition been for you from A-level, maybe Ibno first, from A-level to university life? What did you go through?
So I think when I was in high school doing my A-levels, you are more interactive with your teachers, and you're more spoon-fed in the sense that the teacher tells you exactly what to do, and you have very little room to explore. But when I came to university, I realized that I'm on my own. I can choose to do my own thing. If I want to study, if I want to go to the lecture, I can. If I want to skip the lecture, it's fine. It's on me. So it was not spoon-fed at all. The professors treat you like an adult. So you have already entered the adult life. So that was kind of like a shock to me that, okay, there is no one to really guide me properly. So I have to be my own guide, or maybe I can talk to my seniors. So I would say that transition, it was not hard. It was very interesting for me and very exciting, actually.
Interesting. Hinako, yours was more recent, I would say. So how has that been?
So actually, I think I did the IB diploma. I did the bilingual diploma at South Island School, as I mentioned before. So this really made me ahead of the game in the University of Hong Kong. So one was really the literal bit. So I did my higher level subjects in psychology and biology. So I really had the background knowledge compared to like my peers. And for example, for psychology, in my introduction to psychology course, I pretty much knew most of the concepts because of my IB knowledge. Thank you to my IB psychology teacher. And actually, the biggest thing would be how in IB, a really key concept is critical thinking. So it's not just swallowing knowledge. You have to properly chew it and assimilate it. So this method of learning, really IB prepared me. So for example, I think you guys are sick of hearing this, but theory of knowledge. So yeah, it's one component of the IB. And here we really had to constantly question our knowledge. We have to constantly question the two sides of the argument, not just learn a fact. We can do that independently, but this bit, you really have to, for example, talk to your peers and everything. And this, I guess, was the biggest thing that really helped me in the University of Hong Kong. For example, all the essays and everything. It's really not just throwing out knowledge. You have to think it through. But really, all the essays in IB that I wrote really helped me. Also, one thing I think IB really helped me to prepare for the sleepless nights and all those sufferings in the university. It's actually slightly better in HKU because you have more control of everything, as he said.
Yeah, excellent. I think, and that's why we see a lot of IB students matriculating into HKU. I think I've heard from the IBO that HKU receives one of the highest number of IB scores, diploma scores each year, and that's a representation of, you know, IB students coming to the university. I think maybe I'll pose one last question, and for the students out there, if you have questions for our speakers, there is a function on your chat to actually leave your questions to us. And if we have time at the end, we'll certainly get to your questions, but feel free to ask your questions in the chat session as well. But to wrap off this session with you, one last question. What went through your mind when you were deciding for university options? A lot of people may be going through the very similar process right now. So what were you thinking? What factors came into play? Maybe tell us a bit why HKU in the process?
Okay, so to be very honest, so I'm Japanese, so definitely I had the pathway, alternative pathway to matriculate in a university in Japan. In fact, I did apply, I did get some offers, but one key thing for me is that, so I knew I wanted to do psychology as something really main in my academics. So for all the universities in Hong Kong when I applied, so because we have two schemes, one in September and April, and for the April exam, you need like additional exams, so I wanted to go through the September admissions. But in that, like, we didn't have a course offered to us as an IB, like international student to do psychology as a main subject. We only had some options to do it through a liberal arts scheme, like just as a one part. So that was my key reason that I decided HKU. Also, the second really practical bit is that, so from when I entered university, I knew I wanted to do a master's, probably in psychology. And one key bit is that I need to make sure my finances are all right. So because I'm a local student, the University of Hong Kong was a relatively affordable option to me, which opens up the pathway for where I can go for my postgraduate degrees. And I knew that if I am an undergraduate applicant from the University of Hong Kong, this really would not hinder my applications for my postgraduate degree. So those were like my two main considerations.
No?
Yeah, so I have a few key points that I considered when applying for the university and accepting the offers. The first and foremost being the rankings of the university. It doesn't matter where the university is or how the university is, what are the different options you have, but as long as the university is good, you can be assured of your future. So I got that assurance from HKU looking at the rankings. Secondly, it was because it was much more affordable for me as well, because of the HKU's very generous scholarship scheme. My brother was studying abroad at that time, so it was much more affordable for my family. I did get offers from a couple of universities in the States, but I still decided to come to HKU because of the ranking, because I could trust HKU much more. And also it was closer to home. Another consideration, as Hinako mentioned before, was about the postgraduate studies, because I was also considering to further pursue my degree. And I'm very happy that recently I got into one of the best schools for aviation in Florida, which is Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. And the degree from HKU and the recommendation letters from the professors helped a lot, because most of the professors in HKU are very renowned international scholars. And if there are some overseas audience, I would like to say one thing that, another thing that I did not consider, but I gradually found out, was Hong Kong. Hong Kong is an amazing city, so which made me stay 4 years more than I actually intended to stay. So I think those are the considerations that I had, and I gradually realized, and I'm very, very happy that I had a great experience in Hong Kong. Yeah.
Thank you, Ibnu, and Hinako as well. I think hopefully their experience helped give you a sense of the study options and opportunities that are available, and also give you a chance to imagine what sort of inspiration you can become to the community moving forward. How the university achieves that, actually, certainly for our students, it's not only just about Hong Kong. The University of Hong Kong, Hinako and Ibno both mentioned, has a lot of flexibility in allowing our students to explore what they would like to do. And it is exactly because of these flexibility, we are able to allow students to compound on their experience. One of the very popular and most asked about suite of programs at the university right now are what we call university collaborative programs. And these are collaborative programs that we now offer with very well-renowned institutions. I'm sure many of you will be very familiar with the names on the screen: UCL, Cambridge, University of California, Berkeley, University of British Columbia, Sciences Po, Peking University. And through these programs, we expect our students to merge knowledge from different cultures. So it is not only about addressing the need for globalization, it is also about globalization, which is a term that has been thrown around in recent years, where we're hoping our students, by completing a degree in 4 years at 2 institutions, you're able to assimilate knowledge, assimilate culture, assimilate experiences to make your experience more fruitful as a university graduate. We'll just highlight a few things for you. So the most recent addition to these dual degree programs is the one with the University of British Columbia. It is a BBA program at the HKU Business School with a Bachelor of Commerce at the Sauder School of Business at UBC. We will have a session on this, I think, immediately after this non-JUPAS session. We'll have a session on this new dual degree, so be sure to tune in on that if you're interested. And as I said, this is an experience for you. This is something that we expect students to find a lot more, multiply the experience, the opportunities, and you have fun. As someone who's lived in different parts of the world, living an extensive period of time in a different city is actually a very fun thing to do as well. This is also in a way to address some of the more pressing issues. So if we look at the recent reports by the World Economic Forum, you will find that actually we are looking at jobs of tomorrow. And this is what the dual degree is hoping to achieve for our students, as well as to make sure we're preparing our students to take on these jobs for tomorrow. And the skills that are needed, as you see, analytical skills, complex problem solving, critical thinking, originality, flexibility, ideation, and I think these are things that both Ibno and Hinako mentioned in their sharing as well. And these are things that through the dual degrees, we hope our students will get, but also through offerings and courses at the University of Hong Kong. Some of you may already be familiar with what we call a Bachelor of Arts and Sciences degree. The 5 Bachelor of Arts and Sciences degree are in different fields, including applied artificial intelligence, financial technology, and Design Plus, which is offering courses on design thinking, global health and development, and the more comprehensive global Bachelor of Arts and Sciences degree. And you will find that these are the courses we are providing students in addition to dual degree programs to address these needs for new skill sets, new capabilities in terms of the jobs of tomorrow. But one other program that you might be thinking about, and I think Ibno would have been interested in this probably if we offered it a few years before, it's a program called the Global Engineering and Business Program. In this program, it is a 5-year degree program. We've revamped this program, and we've also now offering students from the non-JUPAS track to directly apply for admission into this program. In the 5 years of studies, you will be earning 1 engineering accreditation as well as a specialty in business. So you will be actually graduating with 2 degrees, and you will have a major study options in both of these degree options. So if you're interested, we will also have another session on this specific degree program later on in the afternoon. And one last thing, and this is very specific, I think this is a very new thing that we're also introducing to our students as well. If you're interested in science research, if you're interested in being a researcher, a science researcher, you might be interested to know that the University of Hong Kong will now be offering a science masterclass program, which will allow students to combine a bachelor experience and a master's of research experience together in the 4-year program. Within this program, you're expected to have a very intensive research discipline, and also you will be getting personal guidance from our science research masters. And these are fellows in science society. These are actually very well-regarded professors and researchers in their own right. And students interested in this science master class, you will be studying in one of the intensive majors. So these intensive majors have always been available to students in the Bachelor of Science program, but particularly for this science master class, you will have access and you will be studying under these intensive majors as well. So as we move on, as I mentioned earlier, we will be very welcome to take in questions from students with regards to undergraduate admissions, non-JBIS applications, student experience at the university. But while we let you type up the question in the chat, allow me to go through a few admissions key points for you, particularly for students who are going to be applying to the university this year. So most important thing, the dates. November 18th is the date you will want to be submitting your application to the university if you wish to have your application evaluated in the first round. And particularly for programs that we know are very competitive and programs that will look very heavily on interviews, we do recommend students to apply with the first round evaluation in mind. We will move on to what is called rolling admissions following that, and that will start roughly in the new year, all the way until August. So if you're still thinking or you're still preparing your materials for application to the university, feel free to actually consider using the rolling admissions. However, be mindful that it will only be subject to program availability, also interview arrangements as well. So if you're very interested in the University of Hong Kong's program, do very much look at the November 18th deadline for your application. There are information that you can check on the website. There is what we call expected lower boundaries posted on the HKU website. That will help you assess whether or not you are roughly in the range of being competitive for specific programs that you're aiming for on the application. And also, there are specific requirements that you will have. Program-specific requirements, English requirement, second language requirement. Usually for students coming in from IB or A-level, like our speakers here, you will have met it with your GCSE English, your IB Group 2 language. These can be met with a variety of ways. So check on the website. You might already have met these requirements already. And also very important for students, make sure you're actually applying with predicted results, and that is fine. So don't feel like you have to wait for the final results to be available before you apply to the University of Hong Kong. We actually work with predicted results, and you are able to update us on the application account on your academic achievements as well. So you will be able to do that. One personal statement, 2 references. So these are information that you'll be able to supplement your application with or when you're applying. So with that, I think that would be the end of the questions and the end of the Q&A, my sharing with you. What we would do is I see my colleagues have actually helped me pull up some of the Q&A. So I will go through that, and hopefully we'll be able to address a few of these within the time allowed. So the first question, how can I get a scholarship to study HKU? I think, Ibno, you drew that one question out. So maybe allow me to answer that in a more general way. So all students are automatically considered for a merit-based entrance scholarship when you apply to the university. These scholarships will aim to provide an amount that is equivalent to a full tuition fee waiver, a half tuition fee waiver. There's no separate application involved. However, you might also be indicating sort of special interest maybe for the Bachelor of Arts and Sciences program that I mentioned earlier. You might be looking at, and there will be a scholarship attached to the program. So there might be program-specific scholarships as well. Some of you might be asking because you want to know what is the highest level of scholarships available at HKU. That would be the President Scholars package, and that is actually a full tuition fee waiver plus allowances for students on that program. So how common and difficult is it for students to do a second major or minor? Hinako, maybe you tackle that one?
Yeah, so for how common it is, I think it kind of varies on the degree as well. So I think, for example, for Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Social Sciences, it's kind of common. Like, we are given like a number of credits that we can freely like choose what we can do. Like specifically, for example, for the Faculty of Social Sciences, I can do, like, it's normal for me to do 2 majors, like, in terms of the credit load. But also, so for, what was the question again? So it was like the second part, it was like,
how difficult?
How difficult. So in terms of difficulty, also because I'm an IB student, I got some academic standing. So that was 36 credits worth 1 semester. So I had that 1 semester free. So I think it was much easier for me. because I don't have those like requirements I have to do. But at the same time, I think it's like doable if you plan this really precisely. Like every year before I choose my courses, I take like one whole day to see if my major minor requirements are correct, because actually like I'm doing a double major and one minor, and adding my academic standing, I think the 36 credits I mentioned about, that's literally a maximum credit load. If I go one over, I think I actually can't get the major or minor. Yeah, it's actually overloaded already. So I think in terms of difficulty, it's okay, but just plan it precisely. That's my advice.
Yeah, and I think if you're attempting anything, I think double major is certainly more popular. 2 majors and 1 minor, I think that is something very unique to HKU. I think that is something offered because of the way we structure our curriculum, and in a sense that is available. So it's doable, just have to be very careful and be prepared that you have to work quite seriously at your degree. So it is about your balance. A question, how to write the personal statement?
Yeah, maybe I can touch on that. So for personal statement, you have to be very precise about 3 things, 2 things: why the university and why that particular major you're studying. You kind of have to have a layout of your future plans and how the degree at the University of Hong Kong will actually help you. Those are the major things. Apart from that, you also have to write a little bit about yourself, like how you are as a person, what you enjoy, your academic and non-academic aspirations. So as long as you covered these few points honestly, and you can actually prove to the university that the degree at the university will help you to aspire your life goals, I think it's good enough already.
Anything to add, Hinako?
Yeah, like I just agree. Yeah, like to be honest, like personal statement, like I wasn't actually so stressed about it, because I think like in my school, like you had all those guidance, just follow what your teacher says and it should be fine, to be very honest.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I think we work very closely. I think I might have visited South Island myself when I was working with students. We actually work with the international schools in Hong Kong and overseas, actually. I don't think I've visited IPNO schools before, but a lot of different schools in around the world I have visited, and we work with the school counselors very closely to make sure your application is done right. So don't feel shy to reach out to your counselors, and if there are things that they're not able to address, they will certainly circulate back to me or my team to help you with that. I think I have a follow-up for you, Hinako, on declaring the major. So when did you declare your major? What sort of thinking? Because you mentioned there were some specific requirements as well. So when did you declare these majors?
So for us, I think we couldn't declare our major in year 1. I think in year 2 we can finally officially declare in our transcripts and everything. And yeah, that I just knew like I will do neuroscience from year 1. So specifically for neuroscience, we had to apply like by year 2, or like by some specific like time in early year 2. Like, okay, I have this background, I got this. I think it was like level 3 in like DSC or something. Like it has to be that or equivalent. And yeah, it's just year 2. You can change it anytime actually. I think all the way to year 4. So like feel free to just declare it. It's not that big of a deal in a way. Like for example, like if you're slightly not confident about it, but you still want the chance, then just you can declare. I feel like it's kind of more chill than expected in a way.
Yeah. Okay, and there was a second part to the question that I think Hinako hasn't gone through herself, so I'll pick that one up. How is it easy to change your majors? In theory, you're allowed to change your majors. Obviously, what involves is when do you plan to change the major. So if you're in your first year, you're shopping around, you're doing your introductory courses, you're sampling different majors. Even in engineering, you do that, right? In your first year, you do introductory. It's not exactly a general year, but you will be doing introductory courses specific to your field or discipline. It's just that you'll be sampling 1 or 2 more specializations in your first year. At that time, it's obviously very okay for you to want to change your major in a common admissions program. But if you're in your year 3 and you suddenly realize that I'm in the wrong field, I'm going to want to change my major, you have a bit more consideration in mind because that will involve credits. Hinako mentioned you do have to look after your credits to make sure you're able to graduate on time. So that is something to keep in mind as well. But in general, if you're trying to switch majors within your faculty, it is allowed as long as you've talked to your academic advisor enough, make sure you have the right credits. If you're trying to change your degree program, which is another question that we've been getting, that is a lot more difficult. So be sure you know, are you going into your social sciences? Are you going to arts, engineering, business administration? That will be something to keep in mind. So going on to more questions, Ibno, can we talk about this one? How was your residential experience at HKU? I think we're grouping a few together. What experience you enjoyed most? Extracurricular activities available to freshmen?
Yeah, I can go through the residential part. So I lived in one of the halls. If you look up on the sites, it's called the residential colleges, which are the newest halls at the University of Hong Kong. I think it was one of the highlights of my university experience because my closest friends at the university were actually from my hall. And the best part about the hall was the diversity of the people in terms of backgrounds, in terms of opinions. And you have a lot of activities in the hall that you can attend, and you can meet new people, and you can interact with a lot of people, which is one of the opportunities I really liked about HKU, that I get exposed to so many different cultures without even going outside Hong Kong. And so you also have a chance to share your interest with other people. You can initiate your own activities, whatever you like. You have that flexibility. And actually, in my third year, I actually ran an election campaign at my hall to become the student representative of the hall. And it was a very fun experience, and ultimately I won. That's why it was more fun. So I think the hall experience is very important because you are going to spend a couple of years at that place. And if you can actually make really good friends from different backgrounds, you will feel like home. So I have to mention I'm actually still living in the hall because I really helped the hall a lot. So they actually gave me a position to still stay and continue my good work at the hall. And it just feels like home. So I think the hall experience was really amazing for me.
To hear. Another very similar question, I'm just going to tack it on. Were you involved in any other club society? They were actually, I think, probably an overseas student thinking about cultural diversity, cultural celebrations. I know some of that has happened at Global Lounge, over the years.
Yeah. So I mean, we do have a lot of different cultural nights. Like for my country, we have a South Asian night where we combine with India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh, Nepal. We do cultural nights together. And I attended, I did not organize, I attended a lot of Indonesian nights, Malaysian nights, Korean nights, European nights, things like that. So those are there for you to explore. But for me, the highlight was actually the student ambassador scheme, where I was very involved with the university, and I went to a couple of countries like Malaysia, Korea, and actually to promote the university, to speak for the university, I think, which was not a matter of just fun, but a matter of pride as well to represent my home institution. Yeah.
Nice. And I think we are getting a few cultural questions. So I think they're very interested to know what being in Hong Kong is like. Hinako, you don't speak Chinese as well, right?
Yeah. I've been living in Hong Kong for 20 years, but
yeah. And Ibno, how has your Chinese been?
Well, I did the basic level of Cantonese, but here's the problem. I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing. The thing is, like in Hong Kong, most of the people speak English, so there's not a real necessity to learn the language. But I learned it because of my fondness towards Hong Kong. I wanted to explore the culture. But I wouldn't say I speak that good. It's because I was not pressurized to learn it. So I did not have the real need to learn it. So for me, it was more like a recreational thing and getting to know the culture. So if you're an international student watching this and you are concerned about the language, I can tell you, it was not a problem for me.
And yeah, that justifies my lack of Cantonese knowledge.
For 20 years, yeah.
It's fine. We've had professors who've been with us, and they actually been using English. We do have quite a vibrant expat community in Hong Kong. Actually, certainly at Kennedy Town, which is sort of becoming our home university town of sort, has been certainly that, but also all around. We have a lot of colleagues and friends my Chinese is not actually that good as well. And so yes, you would not have an issue going around in Hong Kong.
Just have one friend who can speak English and Cantonese well and stick to them.
But I think it's a good thing that you come here and you start learning Cantonese. I would say that would make your life easier, but It's not mandatory, but you're gonna stay here for a couple of years. Better make yourself at home.
Okay. Ibno, I think we have a question directed to you. And your personal statement. Did you write a statement? Did you remember your Common App personal statement?
Yeah. I think it's the same. As for most universities, the same things you need to cover. Why that university, what you aspire to be, how that university is going to help you achieve your life goals, and a bit about your own personal life. I think that would be very common for all universities. But of course, when let's say you have HKU and you have a university in the States, there are different things you like about the university that you can address differently. What you like about that university and why specifically that university. But the general idea was for me at least the same for applying to HKU and the US.
Okay. Well, maybe I should tack on a little bit more if it is very specific about the application procedure as well. So in general, if you're writing a personal statement for the Common App, a lot of students have been instructed in the schools as well to write it a lot more about your personal experience, your extracurricular achievements. These are very excellent to know. I saw a question on the chat as well. It flew by the other earlier about how important it is extracurricular. What you will find is that at HKU we do value a lot of these extracurricular activities, not by how much you've done, but particularly by how much you've learned from it. So what we're looking for, if you've seen our application, it actually teased you to tell us that by asking you to tell us how has your experience helped you address, grow in a leadership ability, grow in global mindedness. I think these are terms very familiar for Hinako as IB student as well. But these are things that we definitely ask students to complete. So we will have that. But on the overall personal statement, please be sure to include what Ibno was saying. What was your aspiration? Why that course? Academically, why does it make sense to you? That would be what we're looking for. It will be slightly more academic focused than a traditional US Common App personal statement if you take it at the straightest sense. I think we might have time for maybe one last question. Let me go through what I have. So maybe allow me the time to go through a few very quick application session. I'll be very quick about this. So if you're looking at, if you already are from Hong Kong or you have a native language that you speak but you don't have a certificate for it, there are multiple ways. So you don't have to take an exam to prove your second language requirement. Like I said, your IB Group 2 might have met the requirement. You might have it already at your GCSE level. If anything else, you might be a native speaker. We need some sort of letter from your school, certification. So we can work with you in terms of these second language requirement. If you have taken SAT subject test, but will only be doing your reasoning in December, can you still apply? Yes. So as I mentioned before, and I'll reinforce it, I think, Hinako, you applied with your predicted results. As well, predicted results. So at HKU, we are okay for you to apply with predicted results, or on the application, tell us what are the, when you expect your upcoming examination results to be available, and we will work with you on that. So yes, you are still able to apply by November 18th, and we will look at your application in that way. We might have to decide, we might need to wait a bit for your reasoning, or if you have enough information, then we will actually make conditional offers based on materials that we have. Do we have time for one more question? I'm just looking at, okay, we can. So let me go through a few more of these that I see on here, because I see one or two questions that might be good for, is it possible to receive multiple offers from the same faculty? Yes. Hinako, did you have multiple offers?
No, I just heard from my friends, I think they did.
Yeah, it is possible. So what happened on that is on your application, you actually get 5 program choices. And so what will happen is when you're applying and making application to 5 program choices, be sure to check. Some of these programs will say that they have a preference for first choice applicants. Some of these programs will not have that, and they will be open to considering students from all choices. According to your program choices, each of these programs will independently evaluate your application. So based on your materials, they will look at you as a candidate for their program. And if they find you admissible, they will make you an offer. So the multiple offer is not only just from the same faculty, it's actually for the programs that you've listed on your application. Following that, once you've received a multiple offer, you will be allowed to hold more than one offer on hand as long as you do not yet have your final results. So before your final results are released, we will be very happy to work with you on allowing you to hold more than one offers. And then when your final results are out, you know whether or not you've met the condition on your conditional offers. That way, we will ask you to declare your program choice. Okay. Is it required to submit a reference from a professor?
No.
No.
That would have been too difficult.
Yeah, I think the high school counselor or a
Yeah.
teacher from the high school is.
Yeah. I mean, so you might have heard rumors that sending more references or professors or friends of the university will help your chances. These two just have a counselor reference and they managed to get in just fine. So not a necessity that you have to do that. Okay. I see a question about very specific to programs. So perhaps as this is a more general talk, I'm not going to go into that, but do come back to the chat or do go to the faculties. And we are going to help answer those questions. Address this one. Sorry, I'm flying through some of these questions. Dual degrees. Is there a separate application for dual degree? Yes. Actually, each one of the dual degree programs have a different applications process. So depending on which one you're asking about, you will have to go through a slightly different arrangement. Almost all the dual degree programs that we are offering at the university will have a separate session following this, the first one being the UBC session at 10:45. We also have the session with the University of Cambridge Joint Admission Scheme at 5 o'clock. The University of California, Berkeley session will also be at 5 o'clock today. So if you're interested, definitely tune into those to get more information about how you can apply. I think my colleague will be posting a link in the chat for you in terms of where you can find specific text information about the degree program. Okay, so I think that may be the time that we have today. I know I did not get through all of your questions, but hopefully we've addressed many of the questions you have in mind right now. And I know my colleagues are actually at their chats right now in the booth trying to answer questions that you're typing in. So feel free to come in, browse around the university virtually. Our faculties have put in a lot of work to make sure you get as close to an in-person experience as you can at this virtual information day. Ask any questions you might have through the chat or pop back into other information sessions later on the day. We will be here all the way until 8 o'clock this evening. So it will be a long day, but hopefully you get all the information you need. So with that, thank you for joining us, and hopefully you have a very fruitful day browsing around the fair today. Thank you.
Okay, should we get started? Has everyone come in to the room?
So start up after 10 seconds, okay?
Okay, 10 seconds.
Right.
It makes it more exciting. It's like a rocket launch.
Right.
That's exactly the image I had in my mind. NASA.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Take
All
off.
right, everyone, welcome to our information day. Now, I'm not sure exactly where you all are. A lot of you are probably in your homes, watching on your computers. Welcome, right? This is a little bit different this year compared to how it is normally. Now, usually these information days at Hong Kong U were these crazy, giant events, but we're adopting this year, kind of helping everyone be socially distant, but we're still going to try to have a chance to communicate a lot of important information with you today. And then please ask us some of your questions. So at the end, we're going to have time for some Q&A. So my name's Daryl Stice. I'm the admissions tutor for accounting and finance in the business school, and also working with this dual degree between Hong Kong U and UBC. So I've been at Hong Kong U. My partner here, Sven, go ahead, tell us who you are.
Yes, so my virtual background is a little bit deceiving. So this is a tip of UBC campus in Vancouver, but I'm actually based in Hong Kong. UBC has a regional office here. I've worked at UBC for about 20 years, the past 10 years in Hong Kong as a student advisor. And I advise students at all levels, bachelor's up to PhD program. So it's a pleasure to be here today. And with you, Dr. Stice, it's always a pleasure. It's our second time delivering online information sessions. So would you like to take it away with the program highlights?
Let me take it away. So our objective here today is to just communicate some information about this new program. So a lot of you might be thinking, hey, I haven't heard anything about this program. Did I miss it? No, this is a brand new program that we're launching, which we're very excited about. So if you haven't heard about it too much, it's because it's new. So like it says, you know, I can imagine an accounting professor kind of came up with this name, right? Dual degree program. That's it. So that already describes exactly what it is. We need our marketing friends to kind of come up with a new creative way of saying it, but it's just 2 degrees, right? So this program is this opportunity for students that are interested in studying at Hong Kong U, kind of making those Hong Kong Asia connections, but also very interested in studying in another amazing world-class institution in Vancouver. So UBC there. So you can see here, you know, sometimes we like to promote our rankings and UBC's rankings. So this really is, there's just not that many programs like this where you have this chance to be a part of 2 amazing universities. So many of our students will go on exchange for 1 semester, but this isn't an exchange, right? This is, you are actually a student at both of these universities, and you're going to get a degree from both of these universities. We're very excited about this partnership with UBC. So as I've said, you're getting these 2 degrees from top school based out of Asia, top school based out of North America, and as well as the benefits that come along with that. So people say, well, what kinds of students are you looking for in this type of program? And it's the type of students that are interested in having this cross-cultural experience, right? There's benefits of studying in North America, making those contacts, having those experiences, as well as studying in Asia. So for some students, they're a little greedy, right? They want both, and this program is a chance for them to do that. So you get to take advantage of all the resources from both universities. You're being alumnus of both of these universities. And we think it's really going to create students that are very competitive and attractive ultimately out in the workforce, right? A lot of parents are probably watching this. You know, you care, okay, I want my child to go to school, but at the end of the day, I want them to get a good job at the end of this university education. And I think the students coming out of this program are going to have great opportunities in terms of jobs. They're going to have a lot of opportunities based on the fact that they've already kind of showed that they're adapting to these different experiences, and they have these cultural connections and experiences in 2 very different locations. But at the same time, these are top business schools. So our approach to education is very similar. So even though we're spread halfway around the world, as business schools, we're doing the same thing. Our research is focused on the same. Our education is focused in very similar sort of ways. So there's a lot that we have in common, but then also, of course, some very unique key differences as well. So in addition, we've got over 350 partners and exchange opportunities. So some students will also want to go on exchange, right, when they're at Hong Kong U or at UBC. And we say 350 partners, but if you have some university that we don't have an official relationship with, let us know. We're always happy to create more partnerships. So exchange programs can be very interesting as well. So just kind of, it's not a 2-year experience that you're going to have. It might usually be, in most cases, 1 semester. When I was an undergrad, I went to Jerusalem for a semester, just kind of randomly went to a university in Jerusalem, and it was amazing, right? It was so different than a normal experience that you could kind of pick, and that was the benefit of it. It's just having a very new experience. It just changes the way you think about the world. So we're very proud of these partnerships that we've developed with all of these universities. We encourage students to go on exchange. At the same time, we're sending all these students out on exchange from Hong Kong U or UBC, but we're also bringing in students who are on exchange themselves. And this is also a very valuable part of this program, because then we get to learn from these students and we get to share in their experiences. So we're really trying to make these campuses vibrant and international and exciting. So it's this kind of information sharing and cultural sharing that makes campuses so unique and so exciting and interesting. And these partnerships with these exchange programs are a key part of that. So we've got lots of resources, and Sven, I know, is going to talk about some of these as well. Mentorship programs, business consulting programs, case competitions. We have lots of opportunities for students to spend their time very productively at Hong Kong U. So there's many more of these clubs and competitions and opportunities to kind of dig into a topic that you're very interested in over a short period of time. Many more than any student could ever do. So you have to kind of limit yourself. Don't overextend yourself by signing up for too many of these extra programs. But that's another key part of the education.
Yeah, so like Dr. Stice was saying, just the enrichment opportunities that we have at our universities, I think you'll see there's a lot of similarities in sort of the types of things like case study competitions and student clubs and whatnot. But the key difference is really the environment that you're in. So you get exposure to enrichment opportunities at 2 world-class universities, but in 2 completely different environments, the West and the East. A lot of your learning, of course, is going to be in class, but that's just a part of it. So much is actually applying what you've learned in class outside of it and participating in the larger community. We have programs where you can connect with professionals. If you're interested in investment banking, capital markets, for example, we connect you with professionals and you can get mentorship, for example. So anyways, there's, like Dr. Stice said, there is so much. And when you come to our universities, you will be introduced to all of these opportunities. And then student clubs. There's even a UBC Solder Business Club of Greater China. So we have strong connections there. But you might be part of a club that's more connected with Europe because, well, that's the whole point of having this international experience, is to go beyond your boundaries into new territory.
So I mentioned before jobs, right? We want our students coming out of this program to be very attractive. So these are some of the employers of some of our graduating students. The place that students ultimately get jobs has to do a lot with their interests, right? Sometimes we'll focus on these investment banking jobs or these consulting jobs, but that's just because students have picked it. Right? I mean, we really want to find the best match for each student. We're seeing more and more of our students not go kind of the traditional route, kind of investment banking and consulting is kind of their top choice. We're seeing a lot more of our students have a preference for technology companies, younger companies, startup companies. A lot of our students now have these entrepreneurial kind of instincts and endeavors, which we love and we support. So we're just kind of seeing that change. You know, in a lot of ways, we think about our students as the customers, right? The students are the customers, so we want to make sure that we're delivering the education that our customers want. And we're seeing a strong preference from our students these last several years for more stuff that has to do with, hey, I want to build up my own business. I want to build up my own brand. I want to build up my own product and I want to sell it. And we're trying to make sure that we give students those tools and skills as well. But these are some of the many good jobs that our students get. And we think that the students coming out of this program are going to be very, very attractive and have lots of opportunities. You know, one thing we often talk about in business schools is your network becomes very important. And it's not just because, you know, we want to have more friends following us on Instagram. It's that your network is a huge resource in terms of telling you what opportunities are out there. So I think a very attractive part of this program is that your network doubles, right? Instead of having your network be Hong Kong based or Asia based, now you've got two huge networks on opposite sides of the globe that's going to create a lot more opportunities as well. So,
and the nice thing about this is that you can, like Dr. Stice was saying, some of you will want to get into branding or be an entrepreneur and start your own business, or many of you will want to go corporate, and you have a wide selection of companies. One of the benefits of studying at our universities is top companies and all the way down to startup companies, they want you to do co-op programs with them. They're actively seeking you out. We don't necessarily need to go to them. They actually post job positions in our co-op office, and then you apply in those positions. And don't worry, we don't toss you into these companies without preparation. The professional development, you have to pass these professional modules. First, we help with everything from resume writing, professional conduct within a top organization. We have co-op supervisors who will follow you, basically contact you every month. And these positions can be anywhere in the world. So you're getting real hands-on experience before you even graduate. And I think that really positions you professionally really to take advantage of job opportunities that come by your side. Because number one, you've graduated from two of the top universities and business schools in the world. And number two, many of you, if you opt to do so, will have had internship or real work experience with the top company.
So just in terms of the format, so this is one of the questions that we get very frequently from students of, okay, when am I at which campus? So first year, you'd be at Hong Kong U, the middle 2 years at UBC, and then the last year back in Hong Kong. So you get to move, right? You'll get some frequent flyer miles, flying back and forth a little bit. And we thought, you know, this is one of these things where we thought about this for a long time. This was many meetings of, okay, what's the best way to do this? And we think that this is the best overall approach. So you really have this chance to go to these two campuses, start and end in Hong Kong with a beautiful 2 years in Canada, including 2 beautiful Canadian winters. So you get 2 of them. So this is how it would work: 144 credits at Hong Kong U, 146 at UBC, kind of Hong Kong U equivalent courses. And then again, you get these 2 degrees, right? So you're going to get 2 degrees from these 2 universities. So on the Hong Kong U side, you pick one of these majors, right? And then you have this flexibility to choose similar or different majors, right? And at this point, because this is a new program, Sven and I were talking about this before we jumped onto this call today with you, is what are the students going to pick? You know, what kinds of majors? And we'll see, right? We want to let the students pick what they want. So you've got the flexibility. You can choose similar majors or different majors between Hong Kong U and UBC. So these are the majors at Hong Kong U. You can apply to transfer credits between these programs to fulfill different major requirements. We're going to help make sure that that process is very smooth and easy and transparent to know which credits are going to count in different places. So credits at Hong Kong U in your first year. So these are the classes that you would take in your first year. First years in business schools are always the least flexible in the sense that our first year, we kind of want to give you guys a taste of a bunch of different things, because at the end of it, regardless of which major you pick, you're going to be a business student. So you've got to have a foundation in business. So this is when you're going to take a lot of these introductory classes to statistics and business and microeconomics, and not as much accounting necessarily as I would like, but a little bit of that as well.
So you have a number of choices here for you. If you look at the curriculum, the way it's structured from 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're doing year 1, as has been mentioned, at HKU. Then when you come to UBC, you are not repeating any courses. You are definitely going straight into second year. So all of the material will be new, but of course it's compatible with HKU's curriculum. We're 2 world-class universities, and our curriculum matches up very nicely. The second year is also foundation, and then you really start to specialize into your major core in year 3 and 4.
That's right. So then that fourth year back at Hong Kong U, you're kind of finishing up your major requirements. And then that last year, there's always some kind of final projects, capstone projects, to kind of finish it off strong. So these are some examples of different courses that students might take in this fourth year, depending on their major, right? So a lot of this is going to depend on your the major that you pick. So we try to provide these, well, we do provide these amazing resources from both campuses. So we've got, individual academic advice that we give to these dual degree students. So we have staff people who are very familiar with the program, specifically to these dual degree students. They'll be able to advise throughout. There's always faculty academic advisors. I have meetings with my first year student advisees occasionally, and it's great. We want to provide these resources because we know the transition coming from high school to university, that's a big transition. We want to help make that transition as smooth as possible. And with the dual degree, there's going to be additional questions that our students are going to have, and we want to make sure that we have the resources available. When it comes to the major, right, every major also will have different staff and professors, advisors who can advise you on that. So as the admissions tutor for accounting and finance, I talk with students specifically about issues related to accounting and finance. So all along the process, we know in the first year students are going to have certain types of questions. We make sure that we have those resources. The second year, the questions are different. The fourth year, the questions are different. They're more focused on the next step, career concerns. So all along the process, we've got these resources to the students, and they're coordinated between Hong Kong U and UBC.
So one of the messages is that you're definitely not alone, and there's a lot of support for you at both of our universities. So when you arrive at UBC in your second year, you are part of the entire UBC community, but you will be, of course, very tightly knit with the Sauder School of Business, with all students. You'll be integrated with everyone, and you will meet UBC students in the Sauder School of Business at all year levels. Just to the right of your screen, you can actually see one of the entrances into the Sauder School of Business. It's a relatively refurnished business school. It's incredible just walking into this space. It just breathes. It just breathes excellence. You walk into this space and you see the stock market, tickers on the screen, and just how sharp and professional it is, and around the coffee shops and the tables, seeing the business students collaborating and working together. And then also in this building, everything you need about academic support, or I just need help with maybe how to get to downtown Vancouver. The co-op programs that we talked about, exchange programs, everything is one place. And you'll see at the bottom of your screen, if you don't know where to go to the UGO. That's the undergraduate office at UBC. So you have, when we welcome you to UBC, you have everything there in one place for you.
All right, so eligibility, open to local, non-local students. So we're really expecting a wide variety of students in different backgrounds. People will often ask us, what are you looking for? And I'll say, we're looking for good students who want to work hard. The students that we're looking for are the students that are interested, right? The students that think, oh yes, that opportunity, that chance to be at 2 universities and have 2 different experiences, living in 2 different countries, that's attractive to me. That's attractive for my goals. I want to do business, but I'm really interested in having my network be in North America and Asia. Those are the students that we're looking for, right? We're looking for students who this program is going to help them achieve their business goals. We want students who, after they graduate, people are going to say, wow, you're amazing. You've had this amazing career 5 years out, 10 years out, 20 years out. Where did you go to school? We want them to say Hong Kong UBC, right? So that's what we're looking for. So we want no specific variety, no specific background of students. We really want to get a nice wide variety of students in this program. And we're targeting kind of 10 to 20 students in this first batch. A little smaller at the beginning because we want to make sure that we have a lot of enough resources focused on helping these students succeed. So the way that it will work, you submit 2 applications to UBC, kind of a general application and then a supplemental application. Sven, do you have anything specific you want to tell us about that on your side?
Yeah, so the key here is that you have, and we'll go over the timelines for that in the next slide, but there are 2 applications. Just keep that in mind. The first one is your general application to UBC. So the deadline for that is January 15th. And by the way, the application system is open now. So you can actually just today, if you want to, if you haven't done so already, start your application to the dual degree program. When you apply to UBC, you'll be given 2 choices. You have a first choice, it could be the Sauder School of Business, and your second choice could be science or arts or whatever. We always try to put a student into their first choice first. If we can't, we'll default to the second choice. The reason we do that, of course, is because you're more likely to succeed if you're in your first choice. That's where you're going to be happiest. So I would recommend that if you're interested in the dual degree program, that you, if you're really serious about it, that you would make that your first choice, because those students are given the priority, which makes sense. Now, you actually, when you're applying on this January 15th deadline, you're not applying to the dual degree program. You're applying to the Sauder School of Business, our commerce program. Once you have submitted that application, and this is all laid out for you on the Sauder School of Business website, it's very easy to find the supplemental application. It's important that you complete that before January 31st. And the supplemental application is just basic information about yourself, and then there's a small little essay where we want to learn more about your motivations for participating in this program. You'll be asked in the supplemental part of the application to submit, in addition to your high school transcripts in your UBC application on January 15th, on January 31st, you'll be asked to submit a PDF of your transcripts and English language proficiency and a couple of other things into one document, and then you can upload that into your application. Now you may be asking yourself, why do I have to submit two different things? The reason is we can evaluate the application much more quickly if we actually have it there in our hands. We don't have to wait for the admissions office to give the documents to us.
Yeah, and then just one thing, once you get down here on this timeline, you can see that in March, that's where we interview at Hong Kong U. So I've participated in many of these interviews over the last 10 years. And the main thing I would want to convey is these are not stressful. Don't feel like you've got to study for these interviews. This is just a chance for us to get to know the applicants and to make sure that things are going to be a good fit. So, when I'm interviewing students for these programs like this, we want to make sure that they're, excited, that they actually do want to do it, that they've thought it through. Like Sven said, you're going to be, in your application materials, you're going to be telling us why you think this program would be good for you. So if you've thought this through and you're passionate about this opportunity, great. That's what we want to hear. So this interview process, don't stress about it. This is just a chance for us to get to know you and see why you think this would be a good fit for you. In terms of characteristics, just be yourselves. We're looking for students that know how to communicate, know how to collaborate. This is a business school, so everything is in groups, everything is in teams. We want to make sure that you're going to be enthusiastic and excited about working in teams, right? Because you're going to be working with other people forever. Some majors, maybe you get to sit in a back room with a chalkboard by yourself, but in business, you're always going to be working with other people. So we want to get a sense of that in these interviews. Often these interviews, depending on the formats, we'll see what things are like in March. Sometimes they're with other people, sometimes they're just one-on-one. All right.
So really, when you're initiating your application on the January 15th deadline for UBC, there's two things we look at: your marks and basically your personal profile. Your marks really give us an indication of how you will do academically when you're in class, and then the personal profile gives us an indication how you're going to fit in the environment at our universities. So the profile questions, they're actually fun to write. They're open-ended questions, and it's a way to color your application from the black and white world of marks. We are looking for those qualities that Dr. Stice highlighted. Are you collaborative? Do you like to? Can you take a leadership role? Do you like supporting others? Can you articulate your thoughts because you want to contribute to the group? Remember, I was telling you, when you come into the solder school of business, you often see students sitting around tables and collaborating and working together on case studies and solving problems together. So the personal profile is a very important part of the application. And I would just going to repeat, because I know that might be new for a lot of you, this concept of the personal profile, but don't be intimidated by it. We don't, there's no right or wrong answers. We just want to know more about you as an individual. Now, the video interview, I've been asked to speak a little bit about this. So what this is as you go through your application to UBC, and I would encourage you to try to apply early, and I don't, or at least start your application early. I'm not trying to push you into applying at all. The reason is because you want to take time with the personal profile questions. It's not something you want to leave to January 14th, the day before, and rush. Now, as you go through your application, you will come to the video interview. And basically, you can do that whenever you want. And what it is there's two questions that are asked, and there will be a question that's posed. Now, there's nobody on the other side of this. You're alone. It's just being recorded. Nobody may actually see it for several weeks after you've actually recorded the video interview. So you'll be asked a question, and you'll be given 30 seconds to ponder how you want to respond to that question, and then you'll have 90 seconds to actually answer it. Once you finish that, then you will come to the second question, and same thing. You will be given the question, 30 seconds to ponder how you want to respond, and then right after that, you'll have 90 seconds to respond to that question. I often get asked what are the questions, and part of this is actually it's like a job interview. You kind of don't know exactly what questions you're going to get, but they do provide a sample test question before you start all of this. But once you initiate it, you'll get the sample question. You'll have time to ponder it, and then it'll move directly into the two subsequent questions. So the questions, by the way, are not they're not necessarily, you don't need to read a bunch of business textbooks. They're really about you, your own qualities. We want to hear about your experiences. I think the best way to prepare for this, and there's online information on the UBC website that gives you tips on doing the video interview. But I think a good way to approach it is to look back at your experiences, your strengths, whether related to business or not. It doesn't necessarily need to be related to business. And so these are the qualities that we're looking at. So are you collaborative? Are you reflective? Are you able to articulate? Because this is going to be part of your everyday experience when you're studying at our universities and working in groups and taking advantage of all those extracurricular experiential activities that are available to you. So take your time with it, put yourself in a nice sort of relaxed environment, and just be natural, be yourself. And if I could just sort of highlight one word, if you can do this, I think you'll write do a great video interview, is just be authentic, just be relaxed and be yourself. These aren't difficult questions, whatever, it's just all about you. And also, don't tell us what you think we want to hear. Tell us what you want us to know about you. We were very interested in knowing about you as an individual.
Right. Okay, here's some further information. As we've referenced, Sven said there's a lot of information on UBC's website. There's a lot of information on Hong Kong U's website. So please, if you have further questions, go look on the websites, read all that information. Please feel free to contact us, call us, or email us. That'd be great. Now, I think we have time for some Q&A. So if anyone has any questions, they can bring those forward. I'll communicate. Yannicka, you can help facilitate if anyone's asking questions. While you guys are taking a minute or two to think of your questions, some of the common questions we get, I think we've kind of been mentioning and responding to throughout. One, what's the format, right? What years are you going to be different places? So it's Hong Kong U, then 2 years at UBC, then Hong Kong U again at the end. That's one common question that we get. Is it only the marks, the grades? No, absolutely not. Like Sven said, we want students to have good grades, good marks, because these are challenging courses. These are top business schools around the world, so we want to make sure that it's a good fit. So students are going to have good grades, but that's just kind of the first step. The next thing that's much more important, I think, is what are some of these characteristics that we're looking for? Things like leadership, ability to collaborate, enthusiasm. Also, we want students that have a plan. I think that's something that we really like to look forward to. So why do you think this program will be beneficial for your plan? What do you see yourself doing with this opportunity? So it's not just marks. Let's see, any other common questions that you get, Sven?
I think you've covered quite a bit. I will say the sort of apart from sort of kind of structural technical questions, a lot of students just ask about what sort of the kind of student life is like on our campuses, and I think one of the great things about this program is not just the being able to the academic diversity you're going to get from two famous universities from basically the opposite sides of the globe, but is just this incredible cultural experience. I mean, at HKU, you will be integrated with the HKU community, and then on the other side of the world, you're going to be in Canada, which itself is a very international community. So there's immense cultural experience that you're going to have, and which will develop your soft skills. So culturally, things in Canada, of course, every country is different. They have their own social norms and their social etiquette, and you will learn from that. Just like when I moved to Hong Kong, I had to sort of let go of my Canadian expectations and just sort of go with the flow here in Hong Kong. So you'll get these two really diverse university and cultural experiences, which I think is just invaluable. It's in today's global world, this can only help when you are applying to jobs, companies that are, I mean, who's not working internationally these days? So we have a really good admissions blog, our UBC website. Actually, one of the, when you apply to UBC, you'll see it in the main menu, UBC Life. And I just encourage you to take a look at that just to see what your actual UBC experience will be like.
I'm getting a message that some of you are asking about requirements, you know. So this is some descriptive statistics, kind of typically the scores that we're expecting from students in terms of JUPAS scores. As for IB, I think the general average for the business school is about 35 for IB, and we have more information about this on the website. But again, like we've been saying, you know, the grades are one part of it, and then it's these other characteristics. A little bit more about the interview format. I think we've covered this. When will I receive the offer? We saw that timeline before, so that's before May. So sometime probably April, sometime in April. Let's see. Cost information is online. I'm just looking through some of these questions that have been prepared. Yes, you can transfer credits, absolutely. And if you have further questions, we have a booth, and you can chat, you know, the online booth and physical booth, so you can give us questions. So please, if you have any further questions, contact us through one of these resources. So I think that's, let me just check to see if there's any other last questions. Okay, no, that's it. I think that's it. I think we've covered all the main things. There's a lot more information available online. We appreciate you coming on Saturday to learn a little bit about this new program. Like I said at the very beginning, this is a new program. We are very, very excited about it. It's a lot of work, not by me and Sven. Sven and I have done a little bit of work, but there's a lot of people behind the scenes, a lot of staff people for a long time that have been helping to prepare for this program so that it's successful. We think it's going to be very exciting, very attractive for the students that are involved. So I look forward to seeing many of your applications and interviewing some of you at some point. So please enjoy the rest of your Saturday. And if you have any other questions, please contact us. Thank you.
See you later, everyone.
歡迎大家嚟到 HKU Business School 嘅 JUPAS 聯招本科入學講座。我係 Dr. Derek Chan， 係 HKU Business School 嘅本科副院長。今日好開心請到兩位同學 Yumi 同埋 Lemon， 同我哋分享一下佢哋喺學院入邊嘅學習生活同埋體驗。
大家好，我叫 Yumi， 咁我就係拔萃女書院嘅畢業生，而家喺 Hong Kong U 讀緊 Year 3 AMPB， 即係 Asset Management and Private Banking。咁我喺中學嘅時候就揀咗 Econ、BAFS 同埋 History 做選修科，而我喺 JUPAS Band A 其實全部都係擺咗 Hong Kong U 嘅，分別就係 AMPB、ANF 同埋 ENF。
係，咁大家好，我就係 Lemon 啦，咁我而家就係 BBA Year 4嘅同學，咁我嘅 major 咧就係 Wealth Management。咁而我係拔萃男書院畢業嘅，咁我喺中學嘅時候咧，我嘅 DSE 嘅選修科咧就係 Chemistry、Biology 同埋 Economics，咁亦都係揀 Economics 令到我對於大學咧入 Business School 咧係有興趣嘅。咁而我嘅 JUPAS 嘅 Band A Choice 咧都係 Con U 嘅 ANF 嘅。
咁不如講下當初你哋點解會揀HKU Business School 嘅？
好，咁不如我分享先啦。咁其實我就覺得，因為HKU Business School 咧，其實係無論喺香港啦，定喺亞洲嚟講咧，都係即係首屈一指嘅一個 business school 啦。咁甚至喺全世界嘅排名咧，更加係22咁高嘅。咁亦都另一個好吸引我嘅地方咧，就我覺得 HKU 嘅 culture 咧係非常之好嘅。咁因為 HKU 嘅 culture 咧，其實就係比較 competitive 啦，同埋 fast pace， 同埋好多自由度俾我哋自己選擇自己想行嘅路。咁我就覺得呢個 culture 係非常之吸引我嘅。咁亦都除此之外咧，就係我覺得喺即係 business school 其實係會 offer 好多唔同嘅資源啦，或者係有啲 support 咧俾學生去即係無論係發展 career 啦，定係喺課堂之外咧，其實都有好多唔同嘅資源幫到我哋嘅。
咁頭先 Lemon 就提到話 Hong Kong U 嘅 ranking 非常之高啦，咁其實 Con U 嘅 reputation 咧，亦都係我揀讀 Hong Kong U Business School 嘅原因嘅。咁我就想補充翻少少喺 resources 嘅方面啦。咁其實 Hong Kong U 嘅 alumni networking 咧係非常之好嘅，周不時咧都會有好多唔同嘅 mentorship event 咧，俾同學去認識喺唔同行業各界嘅精英啦，同埋做緊嘅一啲高層嘅。咁同學咧就可以透過呢啲嘅機會啦，去發掘自己將來想揀嘅工作，一啲亦都係對佢哋嘅 career planning 非常之有幫助嘅。
好，咁接住落嚟，等我同大家介紹一下我哋學院同埋我哋所開辦嘅本科課程。我哋學院而家大約有3200位本科生同埋1600位碩士生，當中都有唔少係國際學生，佢哋分別嚟自唔同嘅國家，好似加拿大、韓國、德國、馬來西亞等等。另外呢度有超過180位教授同埋教研人員，分別嚟自世界各地頂尖嘅大學，致力為學生提供優質嘅本科教育。學院提供多元化嘅本科課程，涉及到工商管理以及經濟金融嘅知識領域之中嘅唔同範疇，包括工商管理學士、工商管理學士會計及財務、工商管理學士國際商業及環球管理、工商管理學士資訊系統、工商管理學士法學及法學士，呢個係一個雙學位嘅課程。經濟學學士、經濟金融學學士、金融學學士資產管理及私人銀行、理學士計量金融，總共有9個本科課程，7個 JUPAS 聯招課程嘅編號。如果你哋對雙學位課程有興趣嘅話，我哋學院都有提供3個聯同海內外大學合作嘅本科雙學位課程。第一個選擇係同巴黎政治大學 Sciences Po 合作嘅聯合雙學位課程。第二個選擇係同北京大學光華管理學院合作開辦 Future Leader 領導者香港大學經濟金融學、北京大學管理學雙學士學位課程。第三個選擇係同加拿大不列顛哥倫比亞大學 UBC 開辦嘅聯合雙學位課程。呢3個雙學位課程為學生提供國際化嘅學習機會同埋豐富嘅文化體驗。學生將會喺 HKU 同埋合作嘅院校分別學習2年，亦即係可以喺4年課程入面拎到兩個世界知名大學學士學位。對以上課程有興趣嘅同學，可以跟住熒幕上呢幾個 QR code 睇多啲呢啲課程嘅有關資訊。我哋靈活嘅課程結構可以俾學生吸取喺工商管理及經濟金融領域中唔同範疇嘅知識。呢個係我哋4年制課程結構。除咗工商管理學士、法學及法學士嘅同學需要修讀300個學分之外， 其他同學喺4年制本科課程裏邊一共修讀240個學分，其中54個學分係大學必修科目，包括中英文同埋大學嘅核心課程 Common Core， 而剩低嘅學分，學生可以選擇自己主修同埋副修，即係 major 同埋 minor， 又或者其他選修嘅科目。喺選擇修讀科目嘅組合 ，HKU 俾學生好大嘅自由度。呢度就係一啲我哋同學嘅科目組合嘅例子啊！學生可以根據自己嘅課程要求、興趣同埋職業嘅志向，可以選擇佢嘅 major 同埋 minor， 又或者其他選修嘅科目。另外，我哋學院亦好着重學生嘅全人發展，所以我哋提供好多各式各樣嘅體驗式學習機會，俾學生豐富佢哋嘅課室以外嘅體驗。等我俾啲例子大家。首先係海外交流生計劃 ，HKU 同超過350間遍及42個國家及地區嘅海外院校合作，如耶魯大學、哈佛大學及牛津大學等等。每年我哋學院都有超過400位學生去到世界各地嘅大學做交換生。除咗交換生計劃，我哋都提供好多海外體驗學習嘅項目，例如學生可以去世界各地唔同嘅城市，譬如紐約、倫敦等等嘅地方考察，又或者可以喺美國舉行嘅 Beta Gamma Sigma 全球領域高峰會 Global Leadership Summit， 認識志同道合嘅年輕領袖同互相交流，仲可以去日內瓦嘅紅十字會國際委員會總部實習。另外，我哋都有提供一啲可計算學分嘅體驗學習項目，例如西安交通大學嘅 The Relationship Between One Belt and One Road in Hong Kong， 浙江大學嘅 Entrepreneurship in China 同 Transformative Business Immersion in Developing Economies。同學亦都可以參加喺中國內地嘅體驗學習項目，廣闊視野，例如喺上海舉行嘅 China Business and Economic Program， 又或者喺短期交流團，例如喺北京同上海舉行嘅 HKU-ICBC International Finance and Business Study Tour， 同埋喺廣州舉行嘅 HKU 新空街 China Economic Development Study Tour。除咗海內外嘅交流體驗，我哋都有提供好多唔同嘅本地體驗學習機會。學生透過行內專業人士嘅指導，可以將知識學以致用，例如 Business Consulting Practicum BCP、Connectivity in Finance、Asset Management Corporate Series、HKU Eccentric Business Consulting Program、Undergraduate Research Fellowship Program。另外仲有好多唔同嘅 case competitions。Yumi、Lemon， 你哋分別讀緊 Year 3同埋 Year 4，應該參加過唔少嘅活動。你哋有咩有趣嘅或者印象深刻嘅體驗可以同大家分享一下呢？
係，咁不如就等我嚟分享先啦。咁其實咧，我喺 Year 1嘅時候咧，就參加咗呢個 Business Association 啦。咁我係有上過莊嘅，咁係一個 Executive Committee 嘅其中一個 member 啦。咁而喺1年嘅時間入邊咧，我哋係喺無論喺校內定係校外咧，其實都參加過不少嘅活動啦。咁亦都係有一個 opportunity 咧，可以去meet with 一啲喺行業入邊嘅一啲seniors 啦。咁亦都可以同其他院校嘅同學咧做一啲交流。咁其實呢一啲experience 咧都係非常之 valuable 嘅，因為我哋可以真正地感受到到底將來喺呢個即係 business field 入邊工作嘅體驗係點樣啦，或者我哋可以認識到即係擴闊自己嘅 network 都係非常之有用嘅。係啦，咁而啱啱Dr. Chan 都有提到啦，就係話其實即係 HKU 嘅 Business School 咧係 offer 好多唔同嘅exchange 同埋 enrichment program 俾同學啦。咁而我喺過去嘅一個 semester 啦，我就去咗呢個法國做 exchange。咁而喺法國 exchange 嘅時候咧，點解會選擇法國？係因為我希望即係step off your comfort zone 啦，就係因為其實好多人都未必會選擇法國呢個地方。咁而我喺即係 exchange 嘅途中咧，都認識到好多唔同嚟自唔同國家嘅一啲朋友啦，亦都係即係擴闊咗我自己嘅視野。咁除此之外咧，都有參加過即係一個喺上海舉辦嘅一個關於一帶一路嘅一個 program 啦。咁雖然佢係唔計學分，咁但係其實咧我亦都係委良多嘅。咁然之後咧就係關於我嘅school life 啦，同埋我嘅 case competition 啦。咁我哋曾經參加過一個係HSBC 舉行嘅一個 case competition 啦。咁我哋同其他 teammate 咧都係嚟自HKU 嘅同學咧，就一齊好順利咁樣咧就贏咗個 champion 翻嚟嘅。咁我哋咧亦都係即係非常之即係喺呢個過程入邊，我哋學到非常之多嘅嘢啦。 咁而我哋都睇到最右邊嗰張相咧，就係我喺上 marketing 嘅堂嘅時候咧，咁我哋咧就要嘗試去模仿，即係代入一個企業嘅思維啦，去做一啲 marketing 嘅一啲 project。咁無論呢一啲所有嘅 experience 咧，其實都係對於將來我哋career 嘅發展係非常之有幫助嘅。
咁其實我自己咧都好中意玩 case competition 嘅，咁我就 join 咗 HKU International Case Society 啦。咁佢就係一個 society 咧，專門培訓香港嘅學生啦，去參加一啲 local 甚至係 international 嘅 case competition 嘅。咁我喺 Year 1嘅時候啦，就同同學一齊參加咗由大新銀行舉辦嘅一個保險嘅 case competition 啦。咁當中咧，我哋就做咗一個 digital marketing campaign 嘅。咁其實喺籌備嘅過程之中啦，Hong Kong U 亦都派咗一個 mentorship training 俾我哋，就係派咗一位曾經喺 DBS Bank 同埋恒生銀行做過嘅 mentor 咧，去俾一啲點樣教我哋去籌備個 case competition 啊，點樣去 present 啊等等嘅。咁所以其實 Hong Kong U 除咗俾我哋機會去參加 case competition 之外咧，佢哋嘅培訓咧亦都係非常之充足嘅。咁除此之外啦，我亦都 join 咗一個由 HSBC 同埋 Hong Kong U 舉辦嘅 Business Case Competition 嘅 Student Ambassador Program。咁喺個7日嘅過程之中咧，我就係負責跟一 team 由加拿大大學就係 University of Alberta 嘅，咁就做佢哋嘅 Student Ambassador 啦。咁喺呢7日入邊咧，就同好多唔同嘅 international teams 啦，包括例如話美國啊、韓國、德國等等嘅呢啲 teams 咧，去做一啲 cultural exchange 嘅。咁喺當中咧，我哋亦都建立咗一啲非常之深厚嘅友誼啦。其實過程亦都係好好玩嘅。咁除此之外啦，我哋仲有一啲formal 嘅一啲 networking events 啦，就係同 HSBC 嘅高層啦，喺一啲 welcoming dinner 啊同埋 drinking session 入邊咧，做一啲 networking 嘅。咁呢一啲咧都係對於同學喺遲啲 career planning 方面好有幫助嘅。咁除咗 case competition 之外啦，頭先 Dr. Chang 亦都提到 Hong Kong U 其實係提供好多 mentorship 同埋 workshops 俾同學嘅。咁其中一個我參加過嘅咧就係 connectivity and finance 啦。咁喺呢一個 program 入邊啦，我咧就有機會去 visit 一啲好知名嘅銀行啦，例如係 EFG Bank 同埋 Julius Baer 嘅。咁喺當中咧，其實我哋有機會咧去同佢哋嘅 CEO 去交流啦，亦都係參加咗由佢哋 relationship manager 舉辦嘅一啲 seminars 啦，就係講下佢哋平時 day to day 嘅 routine 啦，同埋佢哋嘅 workload 係點樣嘅。咁通過呢一啲 experience 啊，同學係真係可以知道你係當你踏出咗社會之後，你喺一間銀行啊，或者係一啲任何機構去做嘢嘅情況係點樣嘅。所以我亦都覺得呢一啲係一啲非常之寶貴嘅 events。咁除此之外咧，其實我都有參加過Hong Kong U China Vision 舉辦嘅一個 exchange 嘅，咁就係一個 winter exchange 啦，就係去咗一個華南農業大學參加佢哋一個創新科技同埋創業營嘅。咁我哋就有機會啦，去實地農業考察啦，同埋去join一啲比較大型嘅一啲科技上市公司啦，去聽佢哋嘅總裁分享佢哋嘅創業經驗嘅。咁我覺得呢一啲都係一啲好寶貴嘅經驗啦，去俾同學係知道喺商業界入邊應該係點樣運作嘅。咁其實除咗商業嘅活動之外啦，我哋亦都有機會去做一啲文化嘅交流嘅。例如我哋去咗順德區入邊體驗一啲廣東嘅音樂文化啦，同埋去品嚐佢哋嘅地道小食嘅。呢一啲亦都係非常之好玩嘅交流團。而且喺下一個 semester 嘅時候咧，其實我都會去英國嘅 University of Edinburgh 做一個 exchange 嘅。
你哋都參加咗好多唔同嘅活動喎。而家等我講下我哋學院所提供嘅職業訓練同埋實習嘅機會啊。為咗令學生具備未來就業發展嘅專業能力同埋知識，我哋學院成立咗專責嘅職業培訓團隊 Career Development and Training Team， 為學生提供相關嘅職業訓練。另外，佢哋都會定期舉辦研討會，等學生可以直接同商界領袖、政府人員同行內專業人士互相交流。我哋嘅學生得到好多嘅實習機會，你哋可以睇到呢度係一啲我哋學生去過實習嘅公司或者機構，例如 JP Morgan、Morgan Stanley、KPMG、Goldman Sachs， 佢哋都係行內好出名嘅公司。我知道你哋兩個都去過實習，可唔可以講下你哋喺實習當中有咩得着呢？
當然可以啦。咁我個人咧就係因為我自己本身對 finance 同埋 consulting 都有興趣啦，所以我喺上一個 summer 咧就 join 咗一間 financial management 嘅 consulting firm KYC 去做一個 business development intern 嘅。咁佢哋公司嘅特別之處咧就係非常之大部分都係外國人嚟嘅，咁所以咧我係能夠體驗到一間外國公司係點樣運作啦，而且同同事之間嘅相處都非常之輕鬆同埋融洽嘅。咁喺工作嘅過程之中啦，其實我係有幫手籌備一啲 client event，去 execute 一啲 digital marketing campaign， 同埋去 update 佢哋嘅 internal web tools 等等嘅。咁其實呢一間公司嘅 client base 亦都非常之廣闊啦，其中包括 Credit Suisse、Natixis 同埋 ING 等等。所以其實我喺過程之中咧，亦都係真係學到好多 valuable 嘅 experience。而 Hong Kong U 喺提供 internship 嘅 opportunities 方面咧，亦都係非常之充足嘅。
係咁，我喺過去嘅呢個 summer 咧，我就喺 Standard Chartered 啦，即係渣打銀行咧，就做呢個 summer analyst 嘅。咁因為我係而家係一個 final year 嘅 student 啦，咁所以咧，即係過往呢個 summer 咧，其實就係即係我仲有一個可以喺暑假實習嘅機會啦。咁而都好幸運地咧，我可以喺過往呢個 summer 咧就攞到呢個 return offer 咧，佢喺畢業嘅時候咧可以翻去渣打銀行咧做佢哋嘅 international graduate 嘅。咁而我去即係我實習嘅部門咧就係 wealth management 啦，咁其實都係同我喺學校邊嘅即係我嘅 major 咧係一樣嘅，咁所以我哋都可以將我喺學校邊學到嘅嘢咧，即係學以致用啦，就用翻喺真實嘅一個工作環境入邊啦。咁而喺渣打銀行入邊咧，即係我無論係我嘅 seniors 啦，定係其他嘅 intern 咧，其實大家都係非常之nice，亦都會好即係大家一齊 cooperative 啦，去學唔同嘅嘢啦。咁亦都係即係即係啱啱譬如 Yumi 都有講到，其實即係 HKU 係一個好 strong 嘅一個alumni 嘅 network 啦。咁所以其實都係即係曾經我亦都去問過一啲師兄師姐啦，佢哋喺即係 internship 嘅一啲 experience，咁亦都係對於我即係喺去做呢個實習嘅時候咧，都係非常之有幫助嘅。
好開心聽到你哋兩個喺實習裏邊咧都攞到咁寶貴嘅經驗。不如等我而家俾啲就業數據俾大家睇下。呢啲係我哋2019年畢業生嘅就業數據。你可以睇到有高於88%嘅畢業生係入咗工商界，而今年係我哋連續第14年有接近100%就業率。另外有高達72%嘅畢業生得到2份或以上嘅聘書。大家可以見到我哋學生嘅就業嘅前景同埋出路都係好好嘅。我諗而家大家都好有興趣，想知點樣可以入到嚟讀書。接著落嚟，我會講下我哋嘅收生要求同埋相關嘅資料。喺2021-22嘅本科收生入學年度，我哋總共有423個本地學生入學學額，當中嘅5個課程包括 BBA、BBA Accounting and Finance、B-Econ、B-Econ and Finance 同埋 B-Finance AMPB， 加埋一共有282個學額。另外 BBA、IBGM、BBA、IS、BSc Q5 同埋 BBA Law and LLB 就分別有31、15、25同埋70個學額。因為每年都有好多好優秀嘅同學報讀我哋嘅課程，我哋學院過去幾年都會考慮錄取多啲學生入嚟就讀，咁所以我哋入學學額一般都會有額外5至10% 嘅調整。而家顯示嘅就係我哋學院嘅基本入學要求，你哋可以睇到我哋收生嘅要求比大學基本入學資格係高少少嘅。我哋要求 DSE 英文至少有 Level 4，而數學至少有 Level 3。而我哋計分準則係用 Band 6嘅，即係同學考得最好嘅6科成績計算，當中包括英文同埋數學。我哋有幾個課程係有額外收生嘅要求，例如 BBA-IS 要求同學仔要喺 Biology、Chemistry、Physics、Combined Science、Information and Communication Technology 或者 Integrated Science 其中一科至少要有 Level 3嘅成績。另外，如果 M1、M2 有 Level 3或者以上嘅成績就更加好，但呢個唔係必須嘅。BBA Law and LLB 要求同學仔英文至少有 Level 5，中文同數學至少有 Level 4。而 BSc Q5 就要求同學 M1、M2 要有至少 Level 3。BBA、IBGM 要求同學仔英文至少有 Level 5，數學至少有 Level 4。正如好似我之前所講咧，每年都有好多成績好好嘅同學報讀我哋嘅課程，所以我哋每年收生嘅情況都有啲唔同。同學仔達到基本入學要求，唔等於一定會有學位。跟住落嚟，我就會講下我哋上一年，即係2020年收生成績，同埋我哋喺2021年收生年度所用嘅計分準則。首先，大家留意 HKU 嘅計分方法。喺 DSE 拎到5星星係有8.5分，5星係有7分，5係有5.5分，4係有4分，3係有3分，如此類推。而家你哋可以睇到2020年 B-Econ、B-Econ and Finance 收生嘅成績，唔計特定科目比重嘅最佳成績 最佳6科嘅成績嘅 upper quarter 上1/4、medium 中位數同埋 lower quarter 下1/4，分別係31.5分、30分同埋28.5分。而 B Econ Finance 嘅計分準則，英文同數學有較高嘅比重，係乘1.5，同時必須計算喺最佳6科之內。而剩低嘅 Category A 最佳嘅4科成績，包括 M1、M2 就會乘1。同學如果考多過6科就會有 bonus point， 但只會用喺評分嘅情況。2020年 BBA Accounting and Finance 嘅收生成績，最佳6科成績嘅上1/4係33分，而中位同埋下1/4分別係31.5分同埋30分。而 BBA Accounting and Finance 嘅計分準則，英文係會乘1.5，數學同 M1、M2 之中較佳嘅成績都會計1.5。剩低其他嘅 Category A 最佳4科嘅成績都會乘1。而 BBAIS 嘅2020年收生成績，最佳6科成績嘅上1/4係31.5分，而中位同埋下1/4分別係30分同埋29分。而計分準則方面，英文、數學嘅成績係會乘1.5，M1、M2 可以計埋 Category A 嘅最佳4科入面，全部都會乘1嘅。而 BSc Q-Fin 嘅2020年嘅收生成績，最佳6科成績嘅上1/4係40.5分，而中位同埋下1/4都係37.5分。而計分準則方面，英文係會乘1.5，數學同埋 M1、M2 嘅成績係會乘1.25，而剩低喺 Category A 嘅最佳3科成績就會乘1。而 B-Fin AMPB 喺2020年嘅收生成績，最佳6科成績嘅上1/4係39分，而中位同埋下1/4都係37.5分。而計分準則方面，英文成績係會乘1.5，數學同 M1、M2 之中較佳科目亦都會乘1.5。剩低嘅 Category A 嘅最佳4科係都會乘1。BBA Law and LLB 嘅2020年嘅收生成績，最佳6科成績嘅上1/4係43.5，而中位同埋下1/4分別係40.5分同埋39分。而計分準則方面，英文係會乘1.5，數學同 M1、M2 之中最佳嘅較佳嘅成績係會乘1.5，其他嘅 Category A 最佳嘅4科成績就會乘1。最後啦 ，BBA IBGM 嘅2020年嘅收生成績，最佳6科成績嘅上1/4係46.5分，而中位同埋下1/4分別係45分同埋43.5分。而計分準則方面，英文係會乘1.5，數學同埋 M1、M2 之中較佳嘅科目係乘1.5，其他喺 Category A 嘅最佳4科成績就會乘1。有關2021年嘅面試安排，基本上我哋只係會邀請將我哋嘅學院課程放喺 Band A 嘅同學參加面試。以往我哋都會安排喺考完 DSE 之後，即係6月，邀請同學進行面試。但由於疫情嘅關係，我哋有機會考慮提早舉行面試，詳情有待確定。獲邀參加面試嘅同學會收到電郵通知。另外，面試表現較優異嘅同學有機會獲得加分，增加被取錄嘅機會。大家記住留意自己嘅 email 或者去我哋嘅網頁睇下我有關面試嘅安排。如果睇完呢個入學講座有咩問題想問我哋，歡迎大家透過呢幾個平台聯絡我哋。記住 follow 埋我哋嘅 Instagram 同埋 Facebook， 咁就可以得到最新嘅收生入學資訊啦。多謝 Yumi 同埋 Lemon。
多謝咁多位同學或者家長收看我哋嗰個information talk。餘下嘅時間咧，我哋會容許大家咧可以發問問題嘅。咁你哋可以喺個 Q&A 嘅 section 裏邊咧，有啲空格地方咧，你可以 type in 你哋嘅 question 入嚟，咁我哋就可以喺度解答俾你哋嘅問題嘅。而家好似有同學有問題入嚟啦喎。
係啦
不如 Lemon 你睇下呢條問題關於乜嘢？
係啦，咁就大家可以踴躍發問啦。咁首先我哋而家呢度見到咧，第一條問題咧就係、有同學咧就問啱啱喺嗰個短片入邊咧 show 到有唔同嘅 admission score 啦。咁就想問翻咧，到底係咪都係跟翻嗰個5星星就等於8.5分嘅呢個有比重嘅呢個 scheme 咧？
係嘅。我哋嗰個計分方法咧就係喺根據香港大學個換算個準則咧，就係話如果你喺 DSE 裏邊咧係攞5星星嘅話咧，係等於8.5分，5星就係7分，5就係5.5分，4就係4分，如此類推嘅。咁頭先你見到咧嗰個舊年我哋收生嗰個分數咧，嗰啲都係用翻呢一個嘅準則嚟計算出嚟嘅，但係其中裏邊咧我哋冇加到嗰個科目嗰個比重上去嘅。
好，咁我哋又見到第二條問題啦。有同學就問，如果佢嘅 DSE 嗰個分咧就達到咗個 median 嘅分啦，咁係咪話咁樣係咪代表一定會入到個 program 咧？
咁樣講咧，我哋啲課程咧都好受歡迎嘅，所以競爭都幾大嘅。我唔敢講話你達到我哋舊年個 medium 咧就一定收，但係應該咧根據翻即係以往嘅記錄咧，應該嗰個你個機會應該都好大嘅。
好，咁啊，哇，問題好多啊！咁啊呢一條問題咧就係問嗰個即係如果讀多過6科，咁會對於即係收生嘅時候有啲咩好處，或者咩額外嘅即係 bonus 或者得着咧？
如果你哋喺 DSE 裏邊咧收多過6科嘅話咧，即係第7科或者第8科裏邊咧，我哋會有啲 bonus 分加俾你嘅。咁呢個 bonus 分咧就會令到你嗰個喺我哋嗰個每一個課程排嗰個 ranking 咧裏邊係有幫助嘅。但係主要個幫助都係咧，因為個 bonus 分其實嗰個佔個比重唔係好大嘅啫。主要個幫助就係話啦，如果到個 cut-off point 嗰點裏邊咧有好多同學同分嘅話咧，嗰啲 bonus point 裏邊咧就可以幫助你係可以提高你進入我哋嘅 program 嘅機會啦。
好，咁我哋又有條新問題啦。有同學就問咧，如果佢冇被邀請到參加第一次嘅面試，係咪真係代表佢個 application 係拒絕咗嘅咧？
答案係唔係嘅？我哋嗰個面試咧其實係自願性嘅。如果你面試嚟個表現好嘅話咧，我哋會有 bonus point 加俾你嘅。就算但係如果你想參加我哋面試，一定要將我哋嘅課程放喺 Band A 裏邊啦。咁就算你冇係參加我哋面試嘅話咧，我哋都最後都係根據翻你個 DSE 嘅成績咧，係決定收唔收入嚟我哋讀我哋 program 嘅。
係，咁就有同學咧就問關於 interview 嘅問題啦。咁就想問下，到底如何可以準備到 interview 咧？咁同埋可唔可以即係都講下interview 嘅模式同埋係點樣進行嘅咧？
個 interview 嘅模式咧就會係以小組討論模式嘅，係用英文做主嘅溝通語言嘅。咁通常啲問題咧都係關於啲時事啊，啲最近發生嘅新聞啊，喺個商業社會裏邊有啲咩比較熱門嘅議題啊。咁如果喺準備方面咧，我諗都係我提議啲同學係盡量睇多啲新聞啦，留意下啲時事啊。咁我諗會幫助你喺嗰個討論裏邊發揮嘅。
咁呢條問題咧就係關於accounting and finance 嘅。有同學就問啦，如果佢想讀 A&F 嘅話咧，咁ConU 會唔會話assign 第二個 major 俾佢，例如話係 marketing 咧？
如果你報我哋個BBA A&F 或者同埋個 BBA 咧係嗰個 JUPAS score 係6781嘅話咧，當你收到我哋嗰個 email 話我收你入嚟嗰陣時咧，你就會有個機會咧係可以挑選你究竟係想讀 BBA A&F 抑或係 BBA 嘅。咁通常嚟講咧，如果你揀 BBA 嘅話咧，你可以喺由我哋個5個 major 裏邊選擇一個啦。通常你哋喺第2個學年嘅第一個學期咧，你就可以揀定你想讀邊一個 major。
好，咁呢個問題都係關於 BBA 同埋 BBA A&F 嘅問題啦。咁就有同學咧就話佢係對 BBA 有興趣嘅，咁但係點樣分別到 BBA 同埋 BBA A&F 咧？
個 A&F 咧主要就係個 major 咧就係讀會計啦，副修係finance 啦。咁個 BBA 咧頭先我講咧有5個 major 你可以揀嘅。咁 你入嚟嗰陣時咧，你會可以先選定咗話你想係讀A&F 或者係讀 BBA major 嘅。咁如果你係想讀 BBA major 咧，正如頭先所講咧，你可以喺第2個學年嘅第1個學期咧，再選定你係想讀心儀邊一個 major 嘅。
好，咁同學就問關於選 Jupas Choice 嘅問題啦。佢就話如果佢將 E&F 擺喺 A1 啦，然之後 A&F 擺喺 A2 嘅時候，呢個會唔會係一個唔好嘅選擇咧？因為兩個都係有同一個 course code 啦，咁其實佢係咪應該將第2個 Hong Kong U 嘅 course with 第2個 course code 將佢擺喺嗰度咧？
好多謝呢個同學問題。咁我首先要澄清一下啦，其實BBA A&F 同埋 BBA 同埋 B-Econ Finance 係兩個唔同嘅 program 嚟嘅，都有兩個唔同嘅 Jupas Code 嘅。一個係6781，一個係6767。如果同學咧係有興趣呢兩方面都有興趣嘅話咧，我就鼓勵你將呢兩個 program 都放喺我哋嗰個Band A 裏邊，因為我哋個課程咧都會嗰個競爭性好大嘅。如果你係冇放落 Band A 嘅話咧，會減低你可以進入我哋課程嘅機會嘅。
好，咁啊呢個問題咧，可能就係嚟自一啲 non-local student 啦。咁就問咧就話每年到底有幾多 international 嘅 student 咧係可以入到香港大學嘅？
根據以往嗰個統計嚟講咧，就大約係20%到係我哋學生係國際學生嚟。
咁呢個都係關於 non-local 嘅問題啦。佢同學就話啦，如果佢係一個 non-Chinese 嘅 student 啦，咁佢可唔可以用 IGCSE 去滿足嗰個中文嘅 requirement 咧？
係可以嘅。如果你係非華語係你個非母語嘅話咧，你可以考個譬如 GCE 個 A level 嘅中文。咁究竟嗰個喺呢方面嗰個收生要求係點樣咧？詳細你可以睇下 Jupas 個網頁嘅。
係，咁就另一個問題咧，就係問關於呢個收分嘅問題啦。咁就嗰個啱啱喺show 咗嗰個 score 咧，到底係包唔包任何科目嘅 weighting 咧？
冇嘅，冇加到任何 weighting 嘅，淨係計翻話你DSE 嗰個分數轉成翻我哋嗰個，譬如5星星係就係8.5分，就係8.5分㗎啦。再冇加嗰個科目嗰個額外嗰個權重上去嘅。
咁有同學就問話，如果佢 DSE 個分數係達到上一年嘅 lower quarter 嘅話，會點咧？
我會咁樣講咧，因為我哋嗰個競爭性都好大嘅，所以話你如果係個分數係接近我哋舊年分數嘅最低分嘅話咧，你係都有機會話可以入到嚟嘅。但係我會提議你係除咗擺呢個你心儀 program 落個Band A 裏邊咧，你可能揀一啲你其他啲你覺得譬如係安全啲嘅 program 落你個 Band One Choice 裏邊，咁啊增加你可以入到大學嘅機會。
係啦，咁咧就呢個問題咧就係關於如果有位同學覺得佢自己interview 嘅時候咧表現唔係太好，咁會唔會影響到即係佢俾即係收生嘅情況咧？
咁啊唔會嘅，因為如果你係嚟參加我哋 interview 嘅話咧，如果你表現好咧話就會有 bonus 啦。但你如果表現唔好嘅話咧係冇 penalty 嘅，所以又唔會減低你嗰個即係入嚟嘅機會嘅。但係頭先我所講咧，如果你係想參加我哋嗰個 interview 攞到個 bonus 嘅話咧，你一定要將我哋嘅 program 放喺 Band A 裏邊。
咁有同學就問啦，如果佢入咗 Hong Kong U Business School 之後咧，佢會唔會有機會可以揀啊，或者轉佢嘅 major 咧？
我哋就唔鼓勵啲同學入到嚟之後就再轉個 major 嘅，但係我哋就根據翻每一個同學嗰個情況咧，我哋都會考慮嗰個申請嘅。但係我哋通常咧即係會喺佢嗰個譬如去 Year 2嗰陣時去考慮轉第二個 program， 我哋只會考慮佢一次嘅啫。
係啦，咁咧呢個問題咧就係問我應該即係考慮啲咩啦？當如果我想揀一個即係比較 professional、比較專嘅一個 program 啦，定係一個比較 general 嘅 business program？例如譬如話BBA Law 定係 BBA IBGM 咧？
咁樣講咧，我諗咧就係好視乎你嗰個人嗰個興趣啦，你對於你將來嗰個職業嘅期望係點樣啦？當然亦都係咧會視乎你嗰個公開試成績啦。因為我哋有啲嘅課程，譬如頭先 個問題講到話關於 BBA law 嗰個競爭性都好大嘅，所以嗰個需要求嗰個你嗰個公開試嘅成績個分數都會比較高嘅。所以你睇翻自己嗰個興趣啦，你嗰個職業導向啦，同埋你嗰個公開試成績而做一個決定。
好，我哋仲睇下啲問題啊。好啦，咁就同學就問話，如果佢喺知道 DSE 個成績之後咧，再轉個 Triple Choice 嘅時候，然之後 Econ 咧或者 E&F 咧就唔再係佢 A1 個 choice 啦，咁佢仲會唔會有機會可以 join 到 ConU 同埋北京 U 嗰個dual program 咧？
呢個問題係關於我哋同北大光華學院嗰個叫做未來領袖 Future Leaders 嗰個 program。呢個 program 咧係我哋係專為有興趣讀經濟同埋經濟金融嘅同學而設嘅，所以只係嗰啲同學選擇入我哋嗰個經濟或者經濟金融嘅課程咧，先可以參加呢個 program 嘅，其他 major 咧就唔可以參加嘅。
咁就聽到有同學咧都問翻就係話關於呢個港大啦同埋北大嘅合作嘅課程啦，咁就想問翻係有冇 quota on 有幾多學生可以參加咧？咁同埋有幾多學生會被揀入呢一個 program 咧，或者呢個 dual degree 咧？
呢個課程咧係有 quota 嘅，每年大約個 quota 係5個，咁我哋會派5個同學佢去到北京之後咧，其實佢呢5個同學咧，最多呢5個同學咧就會其他唔同院校派去嘅同學裏邊一齊係去修讀呢個課程嘅。
好。好啦，咁我哋嘅 Q&A session 就完咗啦，好多謝同學踴躍發問，亦都多謝 Professor Chan 答我哋嘅問題。
OK，我都多謝阿 Lemon 同 Yumi 今日嚟到同大家分享下佢哋嗰個課堂裏邊嘅生活嘅，多謝大家收睇，拜拜。
拜拜。
Dentistry 牙醫學科嘅 admission talk 啦。咁我係Dr. Mike 梁，喺我身邊咧就係 Dr. Adrian Han， 我係通常叫做韓琦嘅。
係 Mike 你好。咁我哋今日嚟到呢個 Faculty of Dentistry 呢個牙醫嘅 admission talk 咧，咁我係好歡迎大家先啦。咁然後我哋事不宜遲，不如再介紹多啲自己。阿 Mike， 你不如話俾我聽，你除咗讀牙醫之外，仲做過啲乜嘢啦？
除咗讀牙醫之外，做緊乜嘢？我好耐之前入 U 㗎啦，我啲老嘢嚟嘅。我1999年入 U，2004年畢業。當年咧仲係5年嘅牙醫學制喎。咁我讀完牙醫之後咧，我就繼續我嘅專科訓練啦。我做咗一個口腔頜面內科醫生，即係專做口面手術。咁啊留咗喺大學度教書。韓琦，咁你咧？
我咧就08年就畢業嘅，畢完業之後咧都有讀到少少 master 啊成嗰啲啦。咁之後咧就開咗私人嘅診所，牙醫診所，咁都開咗成7年啦。咁而家同時咧亦都喺 faculty 度做 part-time clinical lecturer， 咁就即係得閒都會翻去 faculty 度教下書咁樣啦。咁04年嘅畢業生，而家聽緊嘅觀眾都
佢哋差唔多03、04年畢業，差唔多嘅年代啦，差唔多嘅。
冇錯冇錯。
咁我想問下你，點解當初你想揀牙醫？
其實我當初揀牙醫咧都幾得意嘅嗰個 path， 我就都 evaluate 下大學裏邊究竟有咩其他嘅科目啦。同埋我自己中學嘅時候讀書讀成點啦。咁之後我嗰陣時係 maths class 嘅。咁我讀下發現其實如果啲 maths 即係如果讀 engineering 嘅話啦，咁又會再計多啲 maths， 咁自己又未必負擔得嚟。之後咧又諗下，例如話 law 嗰啲咧，我最難嘅英文書都係淨係睇過 Harry Potter 咁樣。
好深㗎咯，
都好深。而家啲小朋友5歲開始睇 Harry Potter 啦。咁嗰啲咧又未必啱讀。咁同埋咧，我仲最想要咧就係一個 stability，就係我都好 sure， 我讀完呢個課程之後，我就係一個牙醫啦。咁都唔需要例如話哇，再去 interview 好多嘢，再要喺個職場度點樣去搏殺，再要爬上呢樣嗰樣，咁先至可以有個 stable 嘅 career。咁牙醫喺呢方面對我嚟講就好 sure，又幫到人幫到自己咁樣咯。
其實好多咧同學仔咧會諗緊我讀醫就可以幫人啦，讀牙醫對住個口好厭惡啊，又污糟咁樣對住個口，而家又即係啲 COVID 咁樣又擔心。你嗰陣時有冇諗過呢一樣嘢？
嗰陣時又冇乜諗過呢件咁嘅事喎，即係我又唔係覺得有咩咁核突，即係做咗咁耐啦，特別係又唔覺得特別太核突啫。其實你話真係唔核突啦，講真講到尾。
咁啊係，其實我覺得咧就牙醫你當好似一個醫學裏邊嘅一個專科。你如果讀醫咧，你揀讀醫學，我覺得當然係好好啦。但係你讀完醫，其實你係全科醫學士之後咧，你都要再揀一個專科。而牙醫其實我哋已經醫緊頭頸，即係好大範圍嘅，已經係屬於牙醫專門去處理嘅東西。咁當然我哋要讀我哋醫學嘅自修係低班嘅時候，我哋都要去可能上一啲medic 嘅堂啊，都要認識晒成個人體或者所有嘅病，我哋都要識，因為終歸究竟我哋畢業之後，人哋都叫我哋醫生㗎嘛。咁所以其實咧，我哋都有好多醫學上嘅知識要識。不過跟住我哋就用咗好長時間去學點樣去醫口腔裏邊嘅毛病啦。
係啊，我哋除咗即係我哋個 dentistry 嘅課程，除咗學知識上嘅嘢之外咧，我哋比起即係可能 medic 啦，就多啲 practical 嘅嘢。無論係即係你學完個知識之後，你點樣 apply， 我哋會有啲 simulation laboratory， 即係俾你咧首先喺個假人頭上邊咧就練好你嘅技巧先，咁之後先真正接觸你嘅病人。咁其實你 Year 2尾 Year 3度都開始接觸真正嘅病人㗎啦。講緊即係如果即係適齡入學嘅朋友，就可能係10零20歲到就已經掂你第一個病人。咁當然啦，就會做啲比較簡單啲嘅治療啦。咁係咯，咁所以都幾早掂個病人㗎。同埋我哋 faculty 好似係講緊有成1000幾2000個鐘嘅 practical 嘅時間。
係啊，好誇張其實。
即係講真，如果你切翻開每日1個鐘嘅話，你係3年無間斷、4年無間斷，每日都要睇1個鐘病人咁樣。所以都 make sure 你對好基本嘅牙醫治療咧都有一個深厚嘅認識，咁先俾你畢業嘅。
其實你知唔知咧？香港大學同埋譬如話真係想做牙醫啦，去譬如英國啊、美國啊、澳洲啊，或者翻內地啊，其他地方有咩最大唔同嘅地方？
我嘅睇法就梗係你完成咗香港大學嘅牙醫學士之後，直接就會獲得 Dental Council 即係而家啦，就會俾個香港嘅牙醫牌俾你。
好實際喎呢個，
要好實際，即係你即刻就係個牙醫啦。如果你喺外國畢業嘅話咧，都要翻嚟考一個執業試，
冇錯，
咁先至得。咁而嗰個執業試咧，我哋都每年應該得10零20個人係考到個牌嘅。
冇咁多添啊，10零20% 就差唔多。
係。咁所以如果真係想喺香港做牙醫嘅話咧，都即係好值得喺香港做即係讀呢個 Dentistry rather than 你去外國啦。
同埋你頭先講話我哋落手醫病人呢個時間，我哋由 Year 2，咁而家啲同學仔係入嚟讀6年啦。咁即係 Year 2、Year 3、4、5、6 5年，6年裏邊我哋有5年時間係醫緊一個人，係已經係學咗嘅嘢之後即刻講緊可能下個禮拜啦。今個禮拜學完，下個禮拜就已經帶落去個病人度去用。咁其實係非常實戰。如果你去美國，可能有2年時間，國內有1年啦。英國好似有3年嘅，咁冇一間係有5年咁長時間。咁所以當我覺得我哋啲同學仔咧，就算佢入嚟嘅時候都即係好似一個活活潑潑嘅後生仔後生女嘅時候咧，到佢 Year 3、Year 4咧都已經幾成熟㗎咯喎，
都活潑嘅，但係都成熟嘅。咁我哋知道外國有啲學校直頭係有啲學校係冇 practical 添啊，即係你齋讀書同埋齋做假人頭，咁你就畢業。咁當然嗰啲可能佢國家自己本身要考另一個試先至真係可以執業啦，咁樣啦。同埋我覺得咧，你 practical 早啲開始都係重要，因為你去對住個病人點樣溝通，或者你 make 嗰啲 decision 係點咧，我覺得唔係話我今日教你，你連續 practice 1000個鐘啦，你就會學識。有一啲你都係要慢慢透過同你嗰啲牙醫同學develop 啊，同你啲老師去 develop， 呢度都係一個好重要嘅學習 process， 我覺得。
同埋都係一個幾循序漸進嘅學習嚟嘅。我記唔記得你第一樣學嘅步驟係乜嘢？
檢查牙齒咯。
跟住咧？
跟住就做啲好打針咯，之後就
互相打針啊！
互相打針冇錯。
你嗰陣時你同同學仔打針咩感覺？
我首先咧係自告奮勇成為被打針，即係老師去 demonstrate 被打針嘅。係。咁打針有陣時咧，支針就要喺個身體裏邊要轉一轉彎，咁先至真係可以揾到啊。咁嗰位老師咧就揾我嚟做 demonstration 啦，咁就插咗入去。之後就話而家轉彎，咁就唔打麻醉藥住喎，就話嗱，大家睇唔睇到啊？再插入去，再轉彎，再插入去，再轉彎，咁
你可能會嚇到我哋聽緊嘅同學仔唔讀 dental 嘅喎。
都唔係㗎，其實好開心。
啲被虐狂。
唔係冇嘢嘅，咁你互相同同學仔打針都係一種到而家都會記得嘅。
我嗰陣時醒啲嘅，我幫人打完針之後就去咗打 interval 啦。
你幫人打完針之後，
我就走咗，
所以你就冇俾人打到。
不過呢個的確係一個好難忘嘅經歷。因為打針其實喺我哋成個治療裏邊好重要，你麻醉咗唔會痛咧，其實就成個過程就好輕鬆。其實好多人咧特別有啲唔係牙醫，去一啲場合咧，佢見知你係牙醫咧，通常同你講第一個笑就係我好驚睇牙醫㗎。
係啊，基本上有可能2-3成嘅人第一句見到
我覺得係多啲咯，剩翻2-3成唔會講呢一樣嘢咯。
係深埋喺心裏邊。
係冇錯。
冇錯。咁都係咯，因為呢件事互相 practice 咧，都係我哋。即係初學整牙嘅其中一樣，
互相洗牙啦。
係啊，冇錯。
係啊，
咁係咯，之後就可以慢慢睇真嘅病人啦。咁就由啲簡單嘅治療做起啦，由簡單洗牙、簡單補牙，之後就會開始同佢動牙根啊、做手術啊等等，或者有啲複雜啲嘅，即係全個口，即係唔係淨係一個好 localize 嘅事件，可能佢成個口都有問題嘅。全口假牙，例如話剝智慧齒嗰啲都會涉獵到嘅。
其實諗翻咧，讀牙醫嗰種手工要求真係非常高。即係你諗緊，你又喺個口度做一啲好細微端半毫米都唔可以有差池嘅嘢，但係我哋竟然可以喺呢幾年裏邊就學識，到你畢業已經好 competent 去做呢一件事情。
我其實初入學嗰陣時，我都有懷疑過呢件咁嘅事嘅，因為我都有話哇，你好中意砌模型，所以你做咗牙醫咁樣。咁我自己就我都係主要係打波嘅啫，中學係啊，同埋打機啊，都係個 mouse 喐幾毫米都可以有唔同嘅後果嘅。咁但係入到嚟都會有即係足夠嘅 training 俾你去即係熟習嗰件事。特別係有陣時，我哋通常都用右手做嘢啦。咁我哋都要有啲 left-hander 入嚟係左手寫字、左手踢波、左手射籃咁樣。咁佢哋到最收尾都做到。其實
會唔會話有見過有人係擔心自己學唔到一個足夠嘅要求出去做牙醫？
其實咧，你話所有專業啊，無論你係做律師乜都好，你唔會畢業嗰秒鐘你就哇！我其實已經可以出去打贏唔知邊個大狀咁樣㗎嘛。其實，所以我覺得每個專業其實你學嘅時候 humble 係合理嘅。咁但係出到嚟做，通常你做得1年半載幾個月之後，你都唔會聽到啲師兄師弟嗰啲話，突然之間哇，我都係唔掂，我真係太差啦，我隻手咁樣。
其實我細個都唔係特別即係上手好即係好叻，好有天分嗰種人嚟嘅。我啲同學真係攞起啲 牙鑽啦，就已經雕花咁樣嘅。咁我唔係嗰啲嚟嘅，但我發覺原來你不斷練習咧，我係冇見過一個我哋嘅學生係畢業嘅時候係做唔到我哋要去做嘅嘢。
都係，我覺得有啲嘢咧，你跟咗個程序做咧，其實深刻冇得衰得去邊嘅。
一個 learning curve 嚟嘅啫。
係。
所以有即係如果有同學仔擔心自己我唔係做慣呢啲手工會唔會唔適合做牙醫咧？我諗唔係太重要嘅。當年咧，我知道曾經我哋有段時間咧，我哋會有一啲考試啦，考你隻手屈鐵線啊，一啲精工做成點手眼協調啊。我哋其實而家嘅 interview 我哋都放棄咗冇呢一樣嘢，因為我哋發覺根本其實就唔需要，只要有心機去學咧，一定會學得好。
同埋老實，你話喺個牙科嘅 career 裏邊，你可以選擇做一個成日拎住手工即係 equipment 去做嘢嘅牙醫。如果你我真係好中意 research 啊，咁咪做 research 嗰邊嘅牙醫咯。即係你中意做即係教學多啲嘅，你咪做教學嗰邊牙醫。唔一定咧就隻手，或者有啲例如話我做 public health 嘅，做公共衛生研究嘅，咁都可以。咁當然嗰啲。通常咧，你話喺牙醫方面咧就少啲 portion 嘅牙醫係咁樣嘅，咁但係的而且確你都可以咁做嘅。
咁其實不如順便講下啦，一個牙醫學士畢業之後，佢有咩出路？
首先咧出路我都會問翻啱啱 grad 嘅學生啦，即係啱啱9月、10月 grad 嘅學生，因為佢哋 COVID 就遲咗些少畢業嘅，可能9月尾先至畢業。咁但係而家10月31號，我相信佢哋係主要係揀緊工啦。係啊，同埋個薪酬喺 Covid 底下咧，都好似冇乜影響咁樣嘅。咁係啦，咁出路咧，我哋大部分嘅人咧都會成為私人執業嘅牙醫。我諗大概都有6成至7成左右係私人執業嘅牙醫啦。咁之後大約有2-3成左右咧就會係政府衛生署下邊嘅牙醫。咁主要就係服務公務員及其家屬幫佢哋睇牙啦。咁之後再剩翻，我諗大約10-20% 到就係行 academic 嘅路線，即係好似梁醫生咁樣樣，就喺牙醫學院裏邊教下學生啊，做下啲即係真係好複雜嘅症咁樣啦。咁係咯，大概係咁咯。
其實仲可以有唔同嘅選擇，我哋譬如有人做咗歌手啦，
有人做咗歌手啦。
我哋至少有3-4個做咗揸飛機啦，不過而家唔知有冇得揸啦。
係。咁
空姐都有啦，
有空姐啊
，AO 又有啦
，AO 有，
係啊，少奶奶就大把啦，
少奶奶大把，
係啊，點解可以做少奶奶咧？話時話，
因為其實咧你工作咧都幾有自由，例如話我而家畢咗業其實都12年啦講緊，係，咁我都有啲同學咧係開始做全職嘅牙醫啦，亦都有全職嘅媽媽咁樣，咁佢哋可以控制自己返工嘅時間咯，即係例如話你同你老闆或者你開間診所，你話我做一半啦，我剩翻時間咧專心家庭。咁另外嗰3日咪揾啲朋友過嚟幫手坐去做咯。咁都係做到嘅。咁所以其實牙醫有個好處就係你可以自己控制下啲時間。即係唔使一定話嗰邊又有個好緊急嘅人，你一定即秒鐘要去睇啊，或者要慢慢要做到好夜啊，要去應酬嗰啲咁啊。即係自己可以揀，佢好中意應酬咪應酬咯。但係如果你中意專心做其他嘢嘅，咁都可以，我都聽有啲師兄講話，佢又開咗間餐廳或者剪髮鋪無啦啦。
OK，
我覺得有啲咁嘅嘢嘅，咁但係即係當然啦，副業啦嗰啲，咁但係即係嗰啲都係一啲專心嘅好牙醫嚟嘅，咁但係都有個咁自由。
其實都係啊，我覺得一個幾特別或者牙科嘅賣點同醫或者即係可能同學仔會諗緊我讀醫好啊定讀牙醫好，一個好大嘅分別就係你讀牙醫咧，到時出嚟當然係會幫人醫牙或者醫口啦。咁到你真係做咗個私人執業嘅時候咧，好似韓琪講啦，其實我哋可以自己安排自己嘅時間嘅大部分嘅人啦。咁佢如果佢想辛苦啲，佢咪做長啲咯，朝9晚10嘅我都聽過。但係佢話我想做個 part time 嘅，咁其實牙醫係一個好 per item， 即係我要醫一個症狀一個毛病一個病人。咁我哋知道好多咧，佢可能返2週啊，一半啊，或者一週啊咁樣都有。咁如果你係一個女仔，你第時諗住成家立室，可能你要做一個 working 媽媽，做一份全職嘅工咧，係會困身嘅。而如果你做醫，的確係有啲科咧，譬如內科嗰啲，佢係好辛苦，又要 on call 36個鐘，每2日3日一次。咁基本就即係個生活嘅彈性比起牙醫咧，就會係難咗咯。
係啊 ，working 媽媽又好 ，working 爸爸都好啦，其實都真係有個自由喺度嘅，你可以去發展自己另外中意嘅嘢。咁但係前提當然係你專注自己嘅事業同埋係啦，做個好人啦。
都係，所以其實我哋收幾多女仔㗎喎？
係啊，我啱啱即係其實就冇話咩性別咩性嘅，咁但係我見新一屆好似都我哋收差唔多接近80人啦，都有接近50個女仔啊，即係係啊。
其實我哋就冇定個 quota 嘅，
絕對唔應該定嘅，
冇嘅
冇啦，
係啊。咁講翻啦，講多少少，你覺得出嚟嗰個待遇點樣啊？好實際嘅問題啊，我覺得。
咁我俾啲客觀啲嘅數字俾大家啦。咁而家例如話政府新入職嘅牙醫啦，應該係6萬幾蚊，
好似係
6萬幾蚊左右。咁私人執業出嚟做都應該係即係差唔多
6萬5咯，佢哋傾好似
係啦，大約係咁上下啦。即係初頭出嚟做嘅時候，咁隨住你儲嘅客人越嚟越多啦，同埋你做嘅嘢嘅 complexity 越嚟越多啦，咁理論上呢個應該係有上調嘅空間嘅。咁都喺呢個時勢下都 attractive。同埋你問 Covid 有冇好大影響？講真，你話 Covid 如果真係人哋唔返工嗰1-2個月咧，咁就有啲影響嘅。咁但係你當今日咁樣啦，咁今日或者呢3-5個禮拜咧，其實我嘅私人執業嗰邊都回復正常。
係，同埋我哋 so far 好彩都冇一個 Covid 即係牙醫 Covid 群組啊，即係冇話就話高危啊對住個口啊，但係其實世界上我唔知啦，至少香港係冇一個係因為睇牙而令到牙醫或者佢嘅病人受感染，因為其實我哋都好注重我哋嘅保護啦，成身笠晒啊，又 face shield 啊、口罩 N95啊，咁其實我哋都驚嘅。不過我哋做足晒呢啲防疫措施之後咧，其實就真係幾安全喎。
暫時都係安，
只咁講啦。
暫時係咯，即係暫時唔會話有牙醫群組噶嘛。係啊，都係好開心嘅呢件事。
同埋我覺得一個幾實際嘅數字，近我畢業之後啦，好似冇聽過有人會失業，即係爭在你做唔做嗰份工。可以話你畢業攞咗個牌咧，你如果肯做呢份工咧，都係100% 嘅就業率。
係嘅，同埋我哋都唔會聽到有啲人話，哇！我做完呢度轉個頭又俾人炒。做嗰度又轉個頭俾人炒，好少。
自己轉工又有，
自己轉工有啦，係，所以都係你揀工多過工揀你，同埋都實有工做啦。
好啊，咁你讀大學嘅時候，除咗睇牙啦，或者整牙整牙啦，仲做嘢咩嘅？
當然就係入到港大做港大應該做嘅事啦。
有時間咩？
有啊，好多時間。咁你住 hall， 即係我主要就都唔係住，都真係主要。就住 hall 啦，咁嗰陣時咁唔返學咪去住 hall 咪打波去。
你打咩波嗰陣時？
嗰陣時打乒乓波就不嬲由中學開始打起嘅，咁大學咪打下 softball 啊，即係香港大學多啲呢啲咁嘅球隊咯。咁都用幾多時間？基本上每日放完學之後就去咗打波，打完波翻去先温一陣書。
咁你覺得做一個 dental 學生辛唔辛苦啊？
你到考試嗰陣時咧都辛苦嘅，咁冇理由考試嗰陣時都好輕鬆㗎。咁當然有啲天才球員我哋就唔理啦。咁但係考試嗰陣時都辛苦嘅，平時就自己流放啦。我覺得，即係你我諗專業上嘅知識，你真係睇醫治病人嘅，你冇得唔可以 hea。我自己覺得就咁，但係都其實係有時間可以做好多其他嘢下嘅。
都係。
咁你嗰陣時，許廷鏗參加超級巨星，咪又係一個學生。
咁都係啊，其實佢成日仲佢話點解佢返學嘅時候要走去開演唱會咯？其實我教緊佢嗰陣時。
係，而家就呢期少啲，但係遲啲希望佢又開多啲。
冇錯。
你咧？你嗰陣時大學
咪又係好似你咁住宿舍啦。咁韓琦就係住聖 John 㗎啦，我就住 Rich 啦。咁其實係即係打交嗰啲嚟嘅。冇真係打交嘅，但係打波打交咯。
有陣時
真係打交，
時唔時都有。
係，但係我覺得即係讀 dental 有好處，因為我哋好多知識上嘅嘢咧係即係佔一半，另外一半係手作嚟嘅，即係我哋要睇症，要好多喺上堂嘅時候去學，變咗課餘時候咧，我哋個學習上都幾彈性嘅。譬如我嗰日可能即係我嗰陣時打4隊波㗎 ，U team、Hall team 3隊咁。日練夜練，夜晚翻到宿舍咪温書咯。咁啊，即係你可以咁樣去運用個時間。當然我哋即係而家就多咗啲叫 lecture 或者半 lecture 咁嘅模式。以前我哋咧多啲係 problem-based learning 嘅，問題為本課程。咁我學習嘅時間真係非常彈性。
問題為本學習課程簡單嚟講就即係唔係你坐喺度，我講你聽嗰隻咁嘅 lecture 啦。就係擺個問題喺度，大家咧透過自己嘅 self-directed learning， 自己去互相學習啦。之後咧再透過學生之間互相 discuss。
有冇例子啊？
例如話佢擺個問題喺度話，有個人打波撞甩咗隻牙啦。 點算？咁就完㗎咯喎嗰一堂。
咁個老師去做乜咧？
個老師咧就會話話俾你聽，你不如 discuss 下啦。咁之後咧，咁你作為學生喺度係啦，打咗咗牙點算咧？首先就要認識下原來運動受傷啲牙係點處理嘅咁樣。咁大家都唔知㗎嘛。咁
即係報警嚟㗎喎，老師係。你知唔知點解我喺大學教？
係咩？都唔係啊。其實好重要就係當佢 discussion off track 嘅時候，你要帶翻去㗎嘛。
呢個烏托邦嘅想法。
咁佢哋啲學生咧就互相就會去揾佢哋嘅資料啦，去圖書館啊又好，上網搜尋又好，到最收尾可能隔半個禮拜、一個禮拜咁啊翻嚟一齊就 discuss 翻嗰件事。咁就互相咧透過大家，即係因為大家互相 search 咗啲知識係唔同嘅。咁之後就要互相睇下，喂，究竟你揾個 Google 係啱定我揾個 Wiki 係啱定我睇本書係啱啊？咁呢個咁嘅學習方式都係重要，因為你知啦，而家呢個世界上面咁多知識，都唔知邊個先係 fake news。
冇錯。
同埋無限個新科技咧彈出嚟嘅時候咧，個個都話自己好。究竟你作為一個醫生，你去分析嗰個咁嘅科技究竟係 work 落你嘅 patient 定唔 work 落你嘅 patient 度咧？咁你透過 prompt-based learning 嘅 suppose 係學到，因為大家會有唔同嘅資訊嘅來源啊嘛。咁大家傾完之後發現，我都係信書啦。今次因為書。原來有好多 research 好多研究喺背後 back up 嘅。YouTuber 嗰度有咧就唔係牙醫嚟嘅，咁啊順口開河嘅啫，就唔應該咁樣處理嘅咁咯。
我成日都同啲學生講咧，點解咁緊要？因為譬如我畢業到依家啦，已經有好多新嘢係書係冇嘅。其實講緊一本書咧，佢由嗰個人通常一個年紀大嘅教授啦開始寫到佢出到咧，前後嗰個知識講緊係應該30年前㗎啦，咁就算你睇一啲論文都至少3至5年前啦，最前瞻嗰啲。咁你要上網睇，不斷學一啲新嘢，喺呢個過程咧係成世終身嘅學習。可能有一樣新嘢，好 COVID 咁樣啦，或者我哋有啲新嘅病，咁唔知點算喎？對我哋有咩影響咧？我哋應該點醫呢個人咧？咁如果你仲走去揾本書，你可能你呢世都唔知點醫。但係我哋學咗呢個問題為本嘅學習模式啦，你就會學識咗點樣去揾一個答案。即係教你釣魚好過俾條魚你咁樣咯。
係啊，你講個 COVID 例子都好，即係例如話我哋點樣可以認識 COVID？喂，咁我都要揾翻舊型冠狀病毒嗰啲嗰啲咁嘅資訊。咁舊型冠狀病毒喺牙科傳唔傳染㗎？點樣先至會死啊？咁呢啲咁嘅嘢都即係咁，你先至可以推斷出我哋如何去 manage 個新型冠狀病毒咯。
都係
咁，所以都係好重要，因為正如 Mike 所講，真係你如果一畢業開始就唔睇任何嘢嘅話，你好快就落後。所以其中一個我覺得都幾重要嘅牙醫嘅 characteristic 就係你自己 self 要 motivated to learn 咯。
不過我哋其實咧個學制都改咗少少嘅，以前就我個年代，甚至你個年代啦，都隔咗一個年代㗎啦，其實。
差唔多啫，同一時間又係啦，你5年班我1年班。
OK。
係。
其實嗰陣時我哋就全 PBL 㗎嘛，即係全部 PBL。咁就開心嘅地方就係我哋真係可以好少返學嘅。係。但係我哋而家呢Year 1、Year 2開始咧，我哋多咗一啲叫真係 lecture， 可能真係要俾翻一啲實際嘅知識佢。其實我覺得都幾好嘅，因為有啲嘢係永恆不變嘅。人體咁樣你真係進化得嚟，真係講緊3、5千年嘅事啦，咁嗰啲係有人去教你咧，係好過你自己走去揾好多。咁變咗而家啲學生咧，佢又會有 PBL 嘅好處，又會有一啲真係實際嘅知識嘅補給。我覺得咁樣相輔相成。
係，因為個 knowledge base 都重要，即係 before 你掂個病人之前，你嗰個根底都要打返好。你人體簡單科學都一定要好清楚先得。
咁你覺得有咩條件或者有咩 characteristic？適合做一個牙醫？
呢條問題咧係一定會喺我嗰張即係會俾人問嘅，嗰個一定會出現。我諗咗好耐，我第一件事就
interview 我哋唔問呢啲嘅喎，其實
係咩？
唔問㗎。
即係你覺得你有咩 characteristic？
通常俾翻啲學生問翻你，你覺得我哋應該有咩 characteristic 咁樣？你覺得有咩適合做牙醫嘅條件？
嗱，我睇翻我啲同學啊，睇翻啲師兄弟妹。師姐咁樣，喂，其實佢哋好多 personality 都有，有啲就寡言啲，就讀書勁啲，理解力勁啲，有啲咧就 communication 好好，就即係同人溝通好叻，
好似佢咁樣。
喂，有啲手咧真係好勁，有啲魔術師咁樣，即係見一次就哇，完全雕翻個一模一樣，
左右手都得咁樣。
係，仲左右手都得，係啦，練唔到呢個真係。咁我覺得其實以上講真每種都係，但係我覺得歸納咧係。即係你係一個 kind person， 係一個好嘅人，按你嘅心對人好。你做嘅嘢係即係你嘅分析力係正常咯。我成日講係好難講好嘅，即係正常分析力正常就已經啱㗎啦嘛。因為冇錯，係咯。 主要係咁咯，我自己就覺得。
係，我覺得即係同醫咧，我哋就係要同醫去比較啦。一個分別就係、的確牙醫咧係需要多啲去見人嘅。因為醫你真係好中意讀書，真係見到個人你都頂唔順嘅，你都可以做嗰個醫生。譬如你可以做法醫嚇劏條屍咁啊，或者做radiologist 即係放射學，咁佢可能唔需要咁多接觸病人。牙醫其實講緊10個有9個半都真係要見一個病人。
係。
咁所以我覺得個溝通其實都重要嘅。所以我哋做老師，我哋都鼓勵學生唔好讀咁多書，去玩啦咁樣。
係啊係啊，你出去例如話嗰陣時入大學一定會上下莊啊，即係做下啲 committee 啊呢樣嗰樣。咁你同人合作，你會透過同人合作，你會知道喂識睇人眉頭眼額喎。係。識睇佢而家係咪喺度撩緊手指喎？佢隻眼咁望住我。係啦，即係你透過呢啲咁嘅溝通，你會即係學咗第時點樣同人去溝通，都係好重要。因為其實你整牙有陣時係真係唔舒服噶嘛。係冇錯。咁你要揣摩到嗰個人有幾唔想咁唔舒服啊？你自己又做啲咩 adjustment 啊？呢啲咁嘅嘢都係極度重要，我覺得 communication。其實有啲科都牙醫裏邊有啲科都特別係學呢樣嘢，譬如我哋細個要睇細路仔啦。係。其實就唔係單係點樣喺個細路仔啲牙度整牙，其實係一個兒童心理學嚟嘅喎。好辛苦喎！第一堂我記得我哋第一堂嘅目標咧就係點樣氹到個小朋友坐喺張凳度，就贏㗎啦。贏。咁我就吹咗個手套啦，個個都要識㗎。吹咗手套，跟住畫公仔氹佢啦。都喊啦，企喺度啦，輸咗啦。我同學嗰日咧買咗個人形嘅吹氣公，即係嗰啲氣球人俾佢。咁佢就好開心，個女仔就拖住個氣球就坐咗張凳就贏咗啦。我諗我知係邊個。我覺得有個特別之處咧，即係同可能你做醫科咧都有少少唔同嘅，就係咧我哋做嗰啲 treatment 咧，基本上都係由頭到尾都係我哋跟落去嘅。即係由我哋開始診症，我哋見嗰個人開始 communicate啦，到話俾佢聽應該點樣做啊，發現有啲咩病症，同埋落手做嗰個都係我哋。例如話啱啱 Mike 舉例嘅，例如話 radiologist 嘅，即係嗰啲科目，我就即係淨係做診症嗰 part。有啲都有 intervention 嘅，佢哋都有啲 intervention，但係即係我哋係好大部分真係要落手醫。係冇錯。同埋我哋好多同學仔咧都或者佢 interview 嘅時候都會問我哋有冇啲機會出去下外國啊，或者做下啲義工啊，咁即係當然而家 Covid 就係又即係難啲啦。但係我哋平時或者冇 Covid 之前咧，其實好多同學仔佢哋會自發搞一啲義工團啦。或者佢搞完一個義工團走去溜一個老師去睇佢哋啦，揾我啦，帶去柬埔寨或者廣西咁樣啦。或者我哋老師都會搞一啲咁樣嘅隊咧，去帶佢哋去出隊做。義工喺呢10年8載當中真係多咗好多，超多。係啊，去柬埔寨又有，因我自己都去過泰國北邊。咁當然啦，你話學生去到做啲簡單啲嘅嘢嘅，咁但係都叫做會你接觸下，你知道呢個世界發生緊咩事。即係唔好淨係困住喺香港，特別唔好困住喺牙醫房裏邊嗰4埲牆就最好啊。都係，同埋佢哋我諗一個好特別嘅地方讀 dental 咧，就係你就算你低班，你 year 1又好 year 2又好，你學咗一啲知識嘅嘢，譬如你學咗教人刷牙。咁我哋出隊已經可以教一啲，譬如柬埔寨嘅小朋友刷牙。咁到佢高班啲，可能佢學識點樣去補牙，可能 Year 3、Year 4學識補牙。咁我哋可能嗰條 team 有 Year 1、2、3、4、5、6都有。咁又有啲初級嘅醫生。咁可能 Year 1、2就教佢刷牙啦。Year 3、4就幫佢補牙啦。Year 5、Year 6就幫佢剝牙啦。咁再高班啲，可能就睇住每一個即係同學仔去做呢啲啦。咁其實都即刻學、即刻用。係幾實戰嘅事情。哇！而家你帶嗰啲係去邊嘅？通常我去過廣西、福建、柬埔寨，但係有啲好勁嘅非洲都有啦。當然我知道，咁我就未去過啦。一去南美洲都有啊，一去都幾十人㗎嘛。佢哋大有大做，細有細做嘅。有啲譬如非洲嗰啲，可能你自己掕一個 clinic 又有，或者20-30人嘅團隊又有。咁其實我哋牙醫好佢哋過關嗰啲，我哋話呢啲係牙科嘅用具，基本上都俾我哋去即係帶過關。咁啊，所以都幾過癮。同埋 faculty 一定咩啦？佢話做義工，你又一定批佢咁滯。又有啲錢subsidize啦，咁都開心事嚟。係啊，除咗去你記唔記得？你除咗去呢啲，有冇去過外國第二啲地方？有啊，因為我哋嘅 course requirement 當中咧，冇錯啊，計 credit 又翻去個 course 度啦。你唔去係畢唔到業嘅。係啊，你要去下外國去感受下人哋學校整牙係點㗎。你嗰陣時去邊咧？我去咗英國。
英國邊度咧？
我去咗倫敦，
悶唔悶咧？
我其實諗翻轉頭咧，就可以去第二個地方，應該係去下啲非洲啊，去下啲南美嗰啲嘅，即係
我衰過你，我去蘇格蘭仲悶。
係啊，應該係要去下啲自己即係大個驚就未必會去嘅地方，反而應該係去下嗰啲，即係又幫到多啲人，又見識多啲，咁應該係去嗰啲，因為嗰啲先開心啊嘛，其實就。
咁我諗你如果入得嚟讀 dental 嚟緊，希望應該4-5年之後 Covid 完咗，應該就唔係一個問題嚟嘅。咁我哋嗰陣時咧，就我啲同學仔好開心嘅，我哋去邊度 shopping，順便去睇下間 dental school。咁我哋其實係 credit bearing 嘅，即係你要去做呢一樣嘢。咁你之後你自己攞多1個禮拜去玩，咁我哋梗係歡迎啦，唔通唔玩咩？
要去10幾日嘅喎，而家可能要分2-3次去嘅喎。
最長加埋啲成個月都有。應該冇走堂啩？
應該冇啊。
應該
係。咁嗰個 elective 都係其中一個開心時間嚟嘅。都好難忘啊！呢啲事。
你有冇一啲好難忘嘅事情喺讀緊牙醫嘅時候？
其實咧，我諗翻轉頭咧，最難忘都係同自己啲同學一齊，即係迎接呢個 dental 裏邊每一個考試、每一個咁嘅測驗嗰啲咁嘅嘢。
啲考試係點嘅咧？話俾同學仔聽。
哇！考試啊，有啲就真係坐喺度寫字嘅，咁嗰啲咧通常都係半年先一次嘅啫，坐喺度寫字嗰啲。咁通常有啲師兄師姐教路咧，
其實都冇 essay 啊，我哋都
冇 essay 啱。
好開心。
啱，你唔讀到 master 都冇 essay 嘅，其實。係。咁通常有啲師兄師姐教路都偶有重複嘅啲題目都。
我唔知啊，有份出卷嘅咩？
係，我有份有陣時睇下咯。偶有重複。咁之後有一啲咧就係啲 skills examination，叫 key skills 啦。咁就係一啲例如話洗牙，咁我都要睇，即係學 faculty 都要睇你識唔識洗牙啦。咁就你洗一次俾個老師睇，咁之後再問下你相關嘅知識。咁都有10幾個呢啲咁嘅考試咯。
呢啲 key skill 係我哋應承咗 Dental Council， 即係牙醫管理委員會，我哋要達到嘅一啲指標，所以一定係擺埋個課程裏邊。當你讀完晒呢個課程咧，你合格晒呢啲畢業嘅時候咧，所以就好似韓琪講話，我哋自動已經會成為一個專業嘅牙醫，係唔需要額外再考牌。其實呢個都係一個優勢嚟嘅。
真係一個優勢。如果你由外國讀完翻嚟再考香港嗰個試，因為咧有陣時咧每個地方整牙啲風格都唔係好同。都係。即係你喺外國學咗係啱喺香港，有陣時未必係咁整。即係好似如果你喺巴西學踢波咁樣，咁扭先係道理啊，扭波先係道理。你去英國考個踢波牌，人哋話大腳解圍先係啱。都係喎。咁啊有少少唔同。係。咁都係好。即係如果你真係好有心讀牙醫，當然要入到嚟我哋嘅學科，都要經歷過如果你係 JUPAS 嘅話咧，就要即係經過 JUPAS 啦。咁 JUPAS 之後咧，我哋通常就會有一個，如果你個分係OK 嘅話咧，我哋會俾一個 interview 嚟嘅。咁 interview 如果都 OK 咧，我哋就會俾個 offer 嚟啦。呢個比較簡單。Non-JUPAS 咧，其實咧我哋就會有大約，應該我哋暫時都係定咗大約有1/4嘅同學係 Non-JUPAS， 3/4咧係 JUPAS， 即係大約呢個比例。咁呢1/4嘅 Non-JUPAS 嘅同學咧，佢哋會有唔同嘅考試制度，可能 IB 啊，可能GCA level 啊，甚至澳洲啊各樣都有。咁嚟到都係我哋會睇好多佢哋，譬如有冇啲課外嘅活動啦，有冇一啲其他嘅 achievement， 除咗係讀書之外，譬如佢可能係打波好叻嘅，音樂好叻嘅，做好多義工嘅，咁亦都睇下佢有冇心想讀牙醫。咁你覺得點為之有心讀牙醫啊？點為之有心讀牙醫啊？你喺個 interview 裏邊咁個個都話自己中意讀啦，唔通話自己唔中意讀咩？咁啊啱。點樣先咩話？你再講一次。點為之有心讀牙醫？你覺得點樣會令到一班嘅人老師會覺得呢個真係有心機讀喎？我唔知，你先係個 admission， 你先係個 admission tutor 喎，你先見。其實我係覺得話俾我聽有咩可以感動到你。其實我哋覺得呢一樣嘢好重要，我哋即係唔好話教大家點樣去 interview。我諗呢個真係唔重要嘅，最重要一樣嘢係真係中意做牙醫。因為如果你入到嚟你唔係好中意做牙醫咧，或者你唔中意做手工，你唔中意對人，唔中意玩，你好中意淨係讀書，唔想做其他嘢嘅，其實可能真係唔適合做牙醫嘅。咁如果你唔適合做牙醫，唔中意做牙醫，咁你讀呢6年係辛苦嘅。同埋你成世，除非你真係走去做許廷鏗啦。如果唔係你，即係你係做一個牙醫㗎嘛，大部分。咁所以如果你
知道你真係自己中意做牙醫咧，我覺得我見到好多同學仔佢哋會真係 explore 佢哋，可能佢哋會認識一啲牙比較多嘅嘢啦，可能我哋做港大做啲咩研究啦，會睇咗我哋個 website 啦，會裏邊有啲咩事情發生緊啦，啲老師係做啲咩科啦，或者佢哋甚至去觀摩過啊，跟一啲牙醫嘅診所睇下一個牙醫正常嘅日程係點樣。咁你睇完2個禮拜你都報喎，咁哇你即係你真係中意呢一份工或者呢一樣嘅工種咁樣嘅話咧，我哋會覺得啊都幾 impress 喎咁樣。
係咯，同埋我又諗到，例如話你中學嘅時候做啲義工啊嗰啲成，咁都證明係你自己係一個中意幫人嘅人先啦。係，咁呢啲都係重要嘅。同埋一樣好特別嘅就係我哋 dental 咧，其實都收幾多 sports scholar 嘅。你當年都係 sports scholar 嘅級數。梗係唔係。你都幫香港打過波㗎，乒乓波係嘛？係啊，但係我係小學嗰陣時先幫香港。小學都好勁㗎啦。係啊，係啊，都唔勁啊。sports scholar 有啊，我哋都收好多啊。我哋都收幾多？因為我哋覺得咧，其實運動員咧係好適合做牙醫嘅，所以如果你唔好話一定要幫香港打波啦，即係你係一個指標。但係如果你中意運動，你唔怕捱，你有一啲鬥志，你好中意同人溝通，因為大部分運動你都要同人溝通啦。你會去堅持做一樣嘢，咁所以我哋咧會收都幾多 sports scholar 嘅同學仔。咁所以如果你係 sports scholar 嘅，你即係你話運動有一個幾好嘅指標，咁你又經過我哋 sports scholar scheme 可以apply 到呢一樣嘢，我哋其實會係有啲酌情去容易啲去入到 dental， 因為我哋會俾一個 conditional offer 俾你。conditional offer， 我見 sports scholar 入 dental 嗰啲都讀得幾好啊。冇人讀得唔好啊，其實都唔錯。喂，會唔會好難讀啊，梁醫生 dental？ 我覺得如果你中意讀，就每日都喺度玩咁樣咯。不如我哋呢個時候咧去啲Q&A 啊。好。我哋有咩問題啊 ？Is a left-handed disadvantage？ 左手有冇蝕底 ？Left-hander 係 advantage 添喎。點解啊？因為本身已經識左手啦嘛。我而家練埋你隻右手，你咪兩隻手都識咯。OK， 我聽過有同學仔有 struggle 嘅，係，但係到最後都冇嘢，即係佢都練得到。初頭有一定，即係初頭肯定啦。你如果你頭1-2年咁樣，但係你唔會因為咁樣而突然之間，哇！你升唔到班啊咁樣成咯。而我係好羨慕有啲左手嘅人嘅喎，因為我自己左手就真係弱嘅。咁有陣時你打針啊或者咩做，真係左手有着數，同埋你個人對稱啲啊嘛，你中意一下左手，一下換翻右手做，其實都得。所以我覺得啊，50-50啦。我諗我睇就 advantage 多，因為我外國月光咧特別遠。同埋我覺得到最後我哋做所有手作嘅嘢咧，都唔係一隻手做嘅。係，譬如我做手術，我成日教我啲 trainee， 我哋即係你覺得一個手術醫生勁咧，你睇下佢左手點樣幫隻右手。咁如果你本身左手好，你右手點樣去做翻一啲dominant 嘅嘢，去用隻左手去幫咧，其實係冇一個大問題咯。係。下一條問題啊。What will be the interview format and question? Interview format and question 都幾唔同嘅，我哋都冇一個特別嘅定咗嘅 question。不過基本上我哋想知道嘅一個學生，佢究竟係咪中意讀嚇？咁即係有冇熱情？如果佢入嚟話其實我媽叫我嚟讀報嘅就，我真係麻麻地咁，我係梗係唔會特別俾好高分啦。但係基本上咧都係一個10至15分鐘左右嘅面談啦。咁我哋會問好多唔同嘅嘢啦。咁譬如即係你點即係介紹下自己，一定會有啊。會點解你想報牙醫，一定會有啦。咁可能會問唔同嘅嘢，可能問你有咩興趣，從而了解你個人多啲。你係唔係中意做一啲手作嘅嘢，或者你同人相處、待人接物。甚至有陣時咧，我哋想睇下佢對時事嘅睇法，唔係想知道佢個立場或者背景，純粹想睇下佢個邏輯思維，佢諗嘢正唔正路咁樣咯。因為分析力都喺牙醫當中係一個非常之重要嘅元素。不過我想翻上邊一條問題係再上啲，佢話會唔會擺唔擺 first choice 會唔會有影響啊 ？admission tutor 梁醫生擺唔擺 first choice 啊？我哋要擺 band A 啦。咁我哋當然我哋就喺出咗。如果你 DSE 學生啦，你出咗成績之後咧，你可以改嗰個 priority 嘅。咁但係我哋嗰個 interview 咧，就會係出咗成績之後咧，先至會做呢個 interview 嘅。換言之咧，即係如果你出咗成績，你覺得啊我都 OK 喎，或者我諗清楚我都想讀 dental 喎，咁你就要將佢擺翻 band A 啦。如果唔係咧，你就冇機會入到嚟。好， 下一條 Does the faculty consider special talent in admission such as woodwind musician？
我諗我哋會所有嘅 talent 我哋都 consider 嘅，因為你有一個特別嘅 talent，而你成績又同人哋爭唔多咧，咁一定係有 talent 嗰個好過冇 talent 嗰個，因為你多元化同埋你有唔同嘅技能啊嘛。咁但係我諗頭先我用 sports scholar 做一個例子，因為比較客觀，同埋即係有大學收生有一個叫 sports scholar scheme 呢一樣嘢。咁可能我哋有啲叫multifaceted scheme 啊，即係總之你有好多唔同才華，譬如我哋有有人係音樂好叻嘅，譬如有人係做義工，搞咗個義工團係服務緊成個香港嘅。咁呢啲咧，我哋都會當佢一個非常特別嘅 talent 咧，去俾 conditional offer 佢都有。咁變咗你話你無論你係 woodwind 又好，你彈鋼琴或者所有你有一個好嘅 achievement， 照不妨寫埋落去你個 personal statement， 或者你 interview 時候話你有呢個興趣。等我哋覺得原來你唔係淨係讀書喎，你做其他嘢你都得嘅喎。咁我哋咧當然係會加分啦。
讀好書都係好重要嘅前提底下都要做。
都係嘅。
OK， 面試形式都啱啱都講咗啦。
會唔會有 MMI？即係醫學嗰啲多個station 嗰種 interview。暫時我哋係冇嘅。暫時我哋傾過咧，我哋都會係一個簡單面試嘅模式。個原因就係我哋覺得正如我哋頭先所講，我哋唔係想要驗到一個同學仔佢哋手有幾精巧啊。因為呢個唔係你嘅責任嚟嘅，係我哋嘅責任。點樣教你成為一個好嘅牙醫？咁我相信如果你有心入到嚟咧，你就會學得好噶啦。我以前都係咁樣，你勁啲啊，
勁啲啦，你好明顯真係勁啲。但係都幾 foolproof 嘅，我自己覺得。係，即係你好難學唔到嘅，你有心嘅話。
係，冇錯。
係咯。好 ，If I graduate in Hong Kong, you will I be qualified to be a dentist in other countries？
其實都有一個保護制度喺度喎。譬如如果去英國啊、去澳洲、去美國都要再考牌。
去新加坡就好似係唔使考牌，但係你要 under 人哋，即係嗰邊嘅牙醫監住你做嘢咁樣。
冇錯，係。
咁我都有啲同學係去咗台灣、去咗澳洲、去咗新加坡，同埋有啲師弟妹都去咗英國啦、美國都有。咁都係自己考，加拿大又有啦。
係。
咁但係真係要考個試。
美國好似就要讀2年啦，
即係你再去嗰度
再讀2年
last 2 years 嘅學生。
係。其他就係考一個 license exam， 合格咗就可以做嗰度嘅牙醫。不過當然個個地方都有自己嘅保護主義，佢唔想全部人湧晒入去。即係你話係咪容易考？老實講，一定唔係容易考，
一定唔易添。係。
但係我諗香港都幾 universal， 我哋都即係賣下廣告啊，都試過3年第一嘅全球。
3年連續
3年，咁而家第4啦，咁曼聯都唔係第一啦，利物浦都
曼聯
而家都唔係第一啦。阿仙奴都唔知幾時第10。OK， 咁所以即係我諗即係我哋香港嘅牙科咧，我諗咧老實講，冇一個學科喺香港試過連續3年全球第一，而呢一個學科就喺你面前啦，就係我哋 dental 啦。
係啊，所以你問我嗰陣時，哇，去過英國睇人哋，哇，出嚟都 expect， 哇，香港肯定係渣啦，去到外國肯定見識超多。
話晒你都係跟英國嘅制度。
話晒都係我哋跟佢哋出嚟，結果好似覺得香港都係好啲咁樣，即係喺呢邊學整牙係好啲咁樣。
係。
好 ，Hong Kong U 有沒有種牙課？種牙課咧，種牙呢家嘢係其中一種 treatment 嘅方針啊，即係其中一種 item。你會學嘅，但係你未必會，即係你 graduate BDS 嗰下咧，就未必係掌握晒全部嘢，都係要 graduate 之後再自己努力學。而講真，成個牙醫嘅知識裏邊好多，即係都唔係好多嘅，都有，即係你不斷學習咯，你要。
同埋我哋喺香港咧，比起外國其他嘅 dental 嘅課程咧，我哋好多落手做嘅機會係外國係冇嘅，譬如剝智慧齒。外國係冇得剝智慧齒手術，咁我哋講緊畢業嘅時候，我做咗7隻，咁啊唔係多啦，但係全世界可能多過絕大部分地方。咁我哋譬如種牙，我哋會教嘅個 concept， 會喺個架頭度做，但係有冇得落病人度做，應該暫時都冇。但係你學識咗個基本嘅手術嘅方法咧，基本上即係都係同一個技術嚟嘅啫嘛。咁到畢咗業之後，好多持續進修課程啦，你會學可能種牙或者箍牙都有啲 course 啦，杜牙根啊或者其他唔同嘅持續去學習，因為學牙醫到你畢業其實都係一個入門版嚇，最基本嘅嘢你會教晒俾你， 而香港大學咧其實已經將好多好 advanced 嘅嘢咧預先教咗，不過仲有更加多 advanced 嘅嘢咧，都係要不斷去學習。
因為學海真係無涯，淨係牙醫呢個都好大個課程，即係咪好大嘅知識？而你係要 graduate 咗之後，你仲有得原來再分科，再去做專科嘅訓練嗰啲嘅。咁所以講真係一個 basic， 即係超 basic 得嚟，又涵蓋咗好多夠你揾食得嚟，又夠你識嘅一個 course。好 quota 咪80人啊 ，admission tutor。
冇錯啦，我哋而家係80人，我哋當年50個，喺近呢幾年忽然加到70幾，再即刻加到80。仲一樣改變嘅嘢咧，就係我哋而家只係收本地學生嘅啫，即係唔係香港學生，係本地，即係攞住香港身份證，你可以喺香港免費讀書，唔需要攞 student visa， 咁就為之有本地學生。80個 quota 淨係俾本地學生，我哋已經冇收海外嘅學生㗎啦。
原來咁，80個，我成日都有計咧，香港咧你2500個牙醫左右啦。咁如果一個牙醫做30年咁樣啦，咁你每年即係有80幾90人啦。
係。
咁即係每年有80幾90人退休啦。
係。
咁即係你咪入翻嗰80個落去咯。
其實 keep 住都係唔夠人咯。
keep 住香港就唔夠牙醫咯。
係咯 ，keep 住有工做都幾好。
咁但係我哋香港大學就係因為由50個加到80個咧，其實我哋喺學院裏邊嘅設施咧都做咗好大嘅改變嘅。例如話啲凳又加多咗啊，嗰啲即係總之啲學習即係嘅你一系列配套。
老師又做多咗啦。
一系列配套你都會有最新嘅嘢咯。
冇錯冇錯。
係啊，就係咁。好 ，If I didn't choose biology, will there be disadvantage in admission？ 我係 pure maths group 嘅。
我係 bio group 嘅。
我係 pure maths group 㗎。我初頭我就讀 pure maths 之後，我咪話我計到頭昏腦脹，唔想入 engine 嗰啲啦。係。之後我入嚟我都怕 bio 會有 disadvantage。嗱，第一 admission 就應該冇啦。
冇。
admission 冇 disadvantage。第二咧就係你讀落究竟會唔會辛苦 ？Year one 有少少咯。
但係我覺得都從來冇。學生，因為我哋至少冇比較到係你讀 maths 入嚟嘅，你會冧班嘅機會多咗。而我哋冧班其實好難嘅。
都難。你問如果到最收尾80個入去，幾多個出嚟啊？
接近8，剩翻可能轉咗科或者係咯，即係佢唔想讀或者去咗外國咁樣咯。
係咯，我都聽大概每年都係得1個2個度。咁當然入得嚟都好勁，咁但係都你要畢唔到業都難咁樣咯。好，下一個 Will it be tough if I only have one science subject biology for dentistry？
入到嚟就另外一回事嚟㗎啦。我諗你只要滿足到我哋收生個要求，你入到嚟咧，無論你讀咩科就算你係可能因為你係個 second degree 你讀 music 入嚟嘅，入到嚟你中意玩呢啲嘢咧，你就會讀得 OK 咯。
我唔會無啦啦教緊個 Year 4、Year 5嘅人，突然之間發現，咦？點解你咁樣諗唔到？你一定係 maths group， 唔會，從來完全睇唔出嘅，
唔知道。
甚至你係狀元，我都睇你唔出。
係，佢會住開可能知嘅，
係比較眼瞓啲啊。
眼瞓啲冇錯。
係啊。好，下一條 Have you ever felt disgusted by looking at others' mouth? If so, how did you overcome it？
又冇嘢喎，你有冇啊？
我一刻半刻我都有嘅。
OK。
但係你老實，你心裏要服務人群㗎嘛，大佬。係。咁你呢個世界唔係個個咁 privileged， 咁你實有啲係無論佢個人係 disgusting 啲，又話佢個口係 disgusting 啲都會有。
我又未見過有人咧對住個口或者對住口水有恐懼症，即係冇呢啲咁嘅嘢。
係啊，即係口水核突，血都好少。
同埋當即係我哋讀得醫或者牙醫，人哋肯俾個信任你去醫佢咧，呢一樣嘢應該 overcome 得到你去驚呢個口。譬如我驚打針，咁當我要幫人哋打針嘅時候，我都驚，或者我啲同學，我哋有陣時互打針都驚噶嘛。但係我哋知道呢個係我哋嘅責任或者使命，我哋就會諗辦法去克服佢咯。
做到嘅都係又係80個有79個都出翻嚟嘅。
係啊，冇錯。
係。好。Is there any compulsory internship after the 6 years learning? Thanks。
冇，
即係一畢業就唔使 intern，就係牙醫啦。
因為其實你 intern 咗5年㗎啦，即
係啊，我即係咧，你心諗你 year 2嗰陣時，你係一個學生啦，你心諗。咁之後咧，我有一次去一個牙醫診所度啦，之後個牙醫介紹我咧係呢個係一位實習牙醫，即係我心諗哇，我咩牙醫啊？我學生嚟嘅啫喎。咁其實諗深一層，其實都係 睇地。
你都係一個實習牙醫。
我真係一個實習牙醫嚟㗎，即係雖然我冇個醫生牌啦，但係你唔係實習牙醫，你係咩？你由 Year 2開始就不斷喺度睇緊病人㗎咯。
冇錯，係啊，
真係。
就同醫有啲唔同嘅。當然我哋會有啲叫 houseman 咁嘅工種，係唔同嘅專科。嗱，如果畢咗業之後你想入一啲專科去做一個專科嘅牙科醫生咧，咁的確係有唔同嘅選擇。譬如我係做手術嘅，咁我哋嗰啲學科裏邊係有一啲好似 houseman 或者好似一個trainee 啦，一個 basic trainee 嘅身份，去再專去做一個類似intern 咁嘅身份，但係就唔係一個 compulsory 嘅。
即係你中意再鑽研更多嘅嘢，
冇錯，
你咪繼續做落去咯。咁你冇理由你專科你冇 internship， 冇得俾你訓練㗎嘛。
係。
好，請問 dental 係咪冇乜機會去 exchange？
多到唔恨啊！
其實你每個暑假你都唔係你 exchange，即係講緊1年嗰啲啊，1年嗰啲你會唔會俾啊
？1年就冇嘅，但係我哋頭先講嗰啲2-3個禮拜係會有咯。
係。
因為其實1年你去到都未必有得落手做嘅時候，其實都唔一定係有着數。咁我哋我諗唔計 Covid， 我哋基本上 Year 4、5、6都會有至少2次嘅機會去 exchange 嘅。咁有啲係 official 啦，有啲係 unofficial。譬如牙醫學會啲學生搞嗰個去日本觀摩，我見過 Year 1第3個禮拜翻學走去日本喎，嗰陣時幾開心啊！一件事情係啊，而家冇啦，真係。即係其實有好多呢啲 unofficial 嘅機會去，或者你自己你有興趣你有暑假，譬如佢想去譬如去德國睇一個專科，譬如做口面手術嘅，咁可能有同學仔話我對呢樣好有興趣。你可唔可以幫我介紹？咁我可能揾個 friend，我有個學生上嚟跟你3個禮拜、4個禮拜得唔得？咁通常都岌頭。
好，即係 up to you. Can people with colour deficiency study dentistry and be a dentist？
我哋都有收過啊。
我都知有人有啊。
有啊，係啊，佢冇問題啊，好叻仔啊，我覺得佢。
我都覺得佢好叻仔啊！
好叻仔啊！我教咗佢，係啊，即係我覺得係冇大問題嘅。當然有啲嘢識水上，我哋可能佢要再比一般人可能會更加難去學習。我又冇問過佢個學習嘅經歷喎，但係佢到佢啱啱畢業嘅時候，佢都我覺得佢係一個好叻仔嘅牙醫。
我覺得而家啲科技越嚟越多啦，咁你例如話，哇，我想要揀一隻牙係同個人口裏邊一樣顏色嘅，你舊時可能齋你得你隻眼，咁你會有你嘅護士幫你手噶嘛，你會有啲機器可以 objectively 睇嗰隻牙咩顏色，
有 technician 去幫你手啦，或者
係啊，仲有好多我哋牙醫嘅一齊嘅 colleagues 可以幫手去做，
係冇問題，
所以應該係得。
係。
How many hours did you study per day？ 係咪 40 hours daily 啊？Two set 包係how many hours 啊？
可多可少嘅，睇下嗰係咪考試。
我覺得我 Year 1、Year 2嗱，如果唔計考試，我諗我每日少過1個鐘。
我多啲嘅，我 keep 住都2個鐘嘅。
咁堅啊！
高班嘅時候。
高班我有覺醒啦，我發現。
覺醒，我覺得好自發嘅，即係當你有個 case， 你聽日要去醫療，你未好熟嘅時候咧。你係真係會不斷咁樣去溫習嘅。
係啊，即係你聽日醫，你今日唔識，你死你都死翻嚟啦。你唔瞓你都要做啦。
係唔係單係應付一個考試，係一個對病人嘅責任咧，會 push 你，就算捱夜，你都做無論嗰日打咗幾多場波，睇咗幾多套戲，跑咗幾多次拖咧，你都會走去好努力去溫埋佢，先至夠膽去瞓覺咯。
冇錯。Would the course be taught in English for international students, non-Cantonese, non-Mandarin students？
我哋英文教學嘅，係當然我而家中文講緊啦，因為我哋收 local student 啊嘛，咁我 assume 大家咧都係識聽廣東話，但係當然如果你真係唔識講廣東話嘅時候咧，我哋其實以往係有收好多 international student， 有印度嘅學生，有韓國嘅學生，好幾個韓國嘅學生添啊，所以其實唔係一個問題。嗱，當然去到臨床你要對病人講嘢，可能要姑娘幫手翻譯啦，而我哋嗰啲同學仔其實都會好努力去學廣東話啦，即係會對佢有幫助啦。但係我哋嘅教學模式係全英文。
冇錯，都基本上一粒中文字都冇添。你話教學嘅時候，即係本書又唔會有中文字啦咁成。咁平時你同老師講嘢可能會有少少廣東話嗰啲成。對住個病人嘅你講擘大眼唔係咁，我都好多都係有嘅。好。
Do I need to have any dental knowledge before applying to
HKU Dentistry？
唔使啊，但係如果你有興趣，你睇下，我覺得冇壞啊。
有興趣你自然會睇下㗎啦，嗬。
Interview 我哋又唔會問你知唔知點解會牙周病啊咁樣嘅。
但係你知道多啲，我哋都好開心。
我哋會 impress 嘅，即係你真係嘗試去了解過呢件事情啊嘛。係啊。
好 ，M12嘅分數計唔計？
好似係唔計嘅 ，M12嘅分數咧係唔計嘅。係啦。咁其實時間都差唔多噶咯。
真係咩？
係啊。
開心時光咩？
咁不如我哋最後咧，我想俾大家睇我哋faculty 個 website， 我哋為咗今日 ID 我哋整咗個冇係 OK， 我哋OK， 我哋為咗呢個 ID 咧，我哋會我哋整咗一個 website 咧，大家可以上去我哋嘅網頁啦，佢會帶咗你去呢個website 嗰度咧，去了解更加多。而當中咧有一啲片啦，我哋做過一啲專訪啊，有我哋嘅新畢業嘅男神阿 Nick 都有份啦，係好靚仔㗎，真係。咁佢係冇錯，咁我哋介紹下我哋嘅program 啦，實際我哋嘅情況，可能頭先你 miss 咗一啲，或者你想了解更加多咧，我哋都有啲更加多嘅資訊喺呢個 website 裏邊會有，或者你想睇我哋嘅 hospital tour， 縱然我哋今年搞唔到一個實質去我哋醫院去睇，但係咧我哋都有一個 virtual 嘅 hospital tour 俾大家去睇下嘅。
咁啊，快啲去我哋網頁嗰度睇下啦。
好。咁就係咁多啦，希望第時見到你哋。
好，
拜拜。
ready lah. Relax. It's going to be an hour if you're sitting like this. Relax. So good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all, wherever you are tuning into this session right now. Welcome to this information session, specifically for the dual degree program between the University of Hong Kong and the University of California, Berkeley. My name is Vicky. I am the Senior Program Manager at the University of Hong Kong. And today I am joined by fellow panelists who are here to speak to you about this very unique and interesting opportunity. We have Amy. Amy, would you like to introduce yourself briefly?
Sure. Hi, my name is Amy Jarek, and I'm actually coming to you from France today, but I am well-versed in Berkeley, having been in charge of admissions there for 6 years, and now I am an international specialist trying to help international students navigate the admissions process and the dual degree programs.
Welcome, Amy. And also you see on my side, we have two current students at the dual degree program. They're both year 2 students. Maybe, I know we'll ask you to introduce more about yourself and maybe let them know about your name, majors, sort of things.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Julia Verdict and I'm a 2nd year student at HKU right now. I have 2 majors. I'm currently majoring in China Studies for a Bachelor of Social Sciences at HKU, and also am intending to study economics at UC Berkeley.
Hi everyone, I'm Keita Mueller and I'm also a year 2 student here at HKU right now. I major in politics and public administration at HKU, and I'm intending on majoring in economics at Berkeley.
Great, so let's get started on this. This dual degree program is actually, we've launched this a number of years back, but when you think about this dual degree program, you are really looking at spending 4 years of your life interlacing and collating different experiences together. You're going to look at 2 different cultures, 2 different degrees from 2 institutions, but it also opened up doors to a lot of different possibilities. That is unlimited possibilities. As I mentioned, and I'm sure many of you will already be very familiar with how highly recognized the University of California, Berkeley is. The University of Hong Kong ourselves are not doing too badly in that regard as well. So definitely degrees from 2 world leaders in terms of universities. You're going to be looking at aspects, perspectives from an Asian perspective, an Asian-centric perspective, and a Western-centric perspective from the United States. Networks, students from this dual degree will be considered alumni of both institutions. So imagine that you're opening up the doors to a world of possibilities. And the 2 Bay Areas, the San Francisco Bay Area is actually very well known in the world, but also you may also be looking at the Greater Bay Area in China and the region as well. We've been talking about this idea of globalization for many years, and definitely the dual degree is part of that in response to creating a more globalized perspective, a more globalized learning experience for our students. But at the same time, what we're trying to do is create a platform where the students can integrate their perspectives, integrate their knowledge, and to integrate a global culture with the local culture, with their own local culture, and truly make meaning out of being a globalized education. So let me start off with the University of Hong Kong. At this dual degree, you will be starting your first 2 years at the University of Hong Kong. So let me give you a bit of information about the university first. At the dual degree at HKU, you will have access to 2 bachelor degree programs. The first one will be with the Faculty of Art, will be the Bachelor of Arts program. And under the Bachelor of Arts program, you will have access to 22 different majors under all of these schools at the faculty. And also another option, what you will be doing is a lot of practical hands-on experience as well, being in linguistics, being in comparative literature, being in global creative industries, working in terms of languages, cultures, how they intersect. So part of these, you might be looking at using your language abilities very timely in these days to help out in terms of infographics on COVID-19 that were being published is actually supported by the School of Modern Languages. And these are actual hands-on practical examples of how you can imagine your Bachelor of Arts degree to be. Another option will be with the Bachelor of Social Sciences. And under the Bachelor of Social Sciences, you will have access to disciplinary majors that are listed out here. So you have geography, politics and public administration, psychology, sociology. All of these will be options that are open to students looking at dual degree programs at the university. And you will also be completing what we are called social innovation and global citizenship as well. That will be very much a key part of your studies. I'm not speaking too extensively about your options at HKU because today at the information session and the information day, I'm sure you've already had a chance to hear directly from speakers at the Faculty of Arts and Faculty of Social Sciences. And so what I will do now is I will pass the time off to Amy, and if Amy will take us through the experience at Berkeley.
Sure, thank you. So I just want to take a minute to just brag about the campus that is Berkeley. It is a part of the University of California, which actually has 9 undergraduate campuses. Berkeley was the first, and so it is considered what we call in the US the flagship. It is the #1 public university according to many rankings, but I think it's more than that. It is really an opportunity to be in the heart of a lot of conversations around change and the future, but also really great investigations into the past and what brought us here. So the academic programs are top notch. You are in a space where you'll see that there have been Nobel Prize winners, there have been poet laureates. However, they're also teachers at heart. So the opportunity to interact with a physics professor who has won a Nobel Prize, but also teaches a seminar for first-year students is something you can experience at a place like Berkeley. I'd also just say you have to keep in mind that when you're coming to Berkeley through this program, you are entering through a very specific door, and that is into the College of Letters and Science. College of Letters and Science is an incredible place to study. It has a great opportunity for you to choose multiple majors. It's actually our largest undergraduate academic program. So the variety there, the types of people you'll meet, the types of faculty, it is I think one of the most diverse and dynamic places to study on campus. We obviously are not able to offer every single major as a part of the dual degree, but we've been working every year to offer more and more, and some of our most popular ones as well. So you'll see, you've already heard economics, but also psychology is often quite popular, philosophy, a lot of our history degrees. They're all very well coordinated to be able to make sure that you can do this HKU Berkeley joint degree, finish in time, have 2 degrees, and be able to study one of these programs that is interesting to you. Let's talk just a minute about the way the curriculum is structured. So these courses are obviously designed so that if you weren't doing the dual degree, you'd be doing longer term degrees at one institution. So we've had to blend our curriculum a bit. You'll still very much distinctly experience the HKU culture and the Berkeley culture, but we've had to think about how we can make sure that you as a student never have to repeat something that you've already taken at HKU when you come to Berkeley, or we want to be sure you never feel like you weren't prepared fully for what comes next in year 2, 3, or 4. So a lot of the Common Core programs are going to be taught at HKU. You're going to find that the introductory courses are going to address both majors at HKU and at Berkeley. You do need to be ready to think about the coursework that would be required to be sure that the research methodologies are well understood and in place, because you'll need those at both institutions. I think that you will find that Berkeley has excellent advising staff who will help you understand what it means to have elective and breadth requirements, because I appreciate that right now that has very little meaning as I say it out loud, but the advising staff can really help you understand what that means from a very broad range of studies and a broad range of courses. We want you to be able to experience the language of those spaces, and obviously you're going to be doing your experimental learning with HKU. When you get to Berkeley, by the time you get there, the expectation is that year 3 and 4, you are really into your major, your program of study. You'll still be focusing in on some Berkeley specific courses. And of course, because the capstone project is integral to HKU, and you'll be doing that at the end of your degree, Berkeley will also work with you to be sure that is completed. So I think that was a lot of information. We can answer more in the questions, but I want to pass it on now to the students who are actually living this experience. I can probably tell you much more about the realities and the wonders of it.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Once again, we're Kira and Julia, and we're going to be talking a little bit about our experience so far participating in this program.
Do you want me to start? So I'm Kita. I'm a year 2 student, as I already explained, and I'm 20 years old. I'm from Oakland, California, which is very, very close to Berkeley.
I'm Julia, and I'm 18 years old. I'm also a year 2 student, and I'm from Alameda, California, which is also very close to Berkeley. So we're from a very similar area. We grew up very close to the university. So to start off on why we chose this program and what made us so attracted to it, for me personally, I'm a China Studies major, and I chose that because I was interested in international relations and interactions between US and China. And I really wanted to focus on China specifically and not just do IR in general. So when I found out that HKU offers this China Studies major program, and I could also attend Berkeley through this dual degree system, I thought, oh, this is perfect for me. This is what I want to do. And I was so excited to finally have a chance to explore both of my interests and not only do that, but take China Studies in an area where Chinese culture is present. So that was one of the strongest reasons for me to apply to this program.
Yeah, for me, I think one of the primary reasons I chose this program is I'm a politics student here at HKU. I have a little bit of experience kind of learning about politics in the US, but I think because US politics really tends to dominate global news, I wanted to learn politics kind of from an outside perspective, not only about the world, but also about how the US is viewed outside of the United States. I also was really looking to have an international experience, have kind of an unconventional college experience. So this program just seemed like a good choice for me. Also, because I actually was somewhat intrigued by the academic structure of the program, being able to get 2 degrees in 4 years. And so for all of these reasons, I decided to come to this program.
So just some more discussion about our majors in case anybody wants to ask later about what we're studying. I'm studying a China Studies major, which is a joint faculty program, which means that I can take classes from both the arts and social sciences faculty. So that's quite a unique major if anybody wants to ask about that. And at Berkeley, I'm intending to study in economics, and I say intended because I have to apply to the major once I go to Berkeley, so I'm not guaranteed a spot in that major quite yet.
Yeah, so how my major works at HKU is pretty standard to how the politics and public administration major at HKU is generally structured, but because I'm also trying to fit in an economics major at Berkeley in 4 years, you take the normal politics courses, but you have to start taking disciplinary electives and advanced courses quite early on, like maybe in the first year or even in the beginning of the second year. I'm also an intended economics major at Berkeley or possibly political economy. As Julia already said, we have to apply to these majors, so I haven't entirely made up my mind about which major I'm going to be doing at Berkeley. But I think it's an important thing to note that actually Berkeley is relatively flexible with the majors within the College of Letters and Arts and Science, as long as you are able to adequately finish all of the prerequisites while you're at HKU. I also take language courses while I'm here at HKU. I've studied Mandarin Chinese, and I'm planning on studying Cantonese Chinese, and also planning on doing Japanese between here and Berkeley. So yeah, that's kind of the structure of my academic plan right now.
And so we wanted to bring up some key academic points that we shared or experienced together, and we thought was important to share with you. And the first, of course, was rigor. Once we, took more classes through the program, we realized that there is a big academic commitment required. And we have to take a full course load for most of our semesters at HKU so far because we have to meet the requirements for 2 degrees. And I think it's worth it because I'm interested in what I'm studying and I enjoy it. But, you have to know that that is a part of the program. I think most of these academic points were already mentioned previously. I can also add on to taking summer classes. I think a really great option if you're doing this and you don't want to be too stressed during the semesters to take summer classes. I think both me and Kita are considering taking summer classes, and it opens up more options. You don't have to worry too much about getting every single thing done in the semester and pushing yourself too hard so that it's, unhealthy. So, don't worry too much. If you think it's way too hard, you can always have that option of taking summer classes. Also, as part of this dual degree program, there is this experiential learning component if you attend the School of Social Sciences at HKU. And I have already completed this component. It's a really valuable experience. I really enjoyed it. You get to intern through HKU's system. And I chose to intern in Hong Kong with a nonprofit that works with refugees and asylum seekers. It was an incredible experience. I got to learn so much about Hong Kong, especially coming as an American. I had no idea about so much of the things, and I really enjoyed it. So that's part of this program. It's a really good experience for you no matter where you're coming from, and I really highly recommend it. Okay, so just to expand, this is some of the more fun stuff outside of academics. We wanted to, share a little bit more about some of the extracurricular activities and things we've done outside of school.
Yeah, so here's some pictures of just mine and Julia's experience over the last year. It's a little bit limited because of the COVID situation, but we basically live as like normal, full-time, non-local students while we're here at HKU. And so we have full access to like hall activities, if you live in the hall, residential college activities, on-campus clubs and associations. So I think Julia and I are both involved this year in like English debate team. I have some activities at my college. Julia likes to go hiking a lot. So these kinds of things we still are able to do in our student life, even though we have a lot of classes. So in terms of student life, if you choose this program, you should expect that there's actually quite a lot of options available for you to have fun outside of your studies.
I think these are just some more pictures.
Yeah, here's some more. These are some more photos of.
Okay, and then we also want to talk a little bit about our experiences with Berkeley so far. So even though we haven't attended classes there yet, we grew up very close to UC Berkeley. We took high school summer programs there. We've explored the campus. We've gone to many events there. And so what we can say from our limited experience so far, we wanted to share with you.
Yeah, I also have limited experience with Berkeley, but I have briefly interned there and taken summer courses there before. And the campus is basically home to me. It's very close to my house. And so if anyone who's watching this has questions about like student life or kind of the campus, basically, I think besides like academic programs, Julie and I can kind of explain more of the social atmosphere, the student life aspect of what being at Berkeley is like. Yeah.
And so we wanted to mention briefly that because we grew up in the area, we know quite a bit about what it's like to live in the US and live in California and what there's to do around the area. So if you're particularly worried about what it's going to be like to be so far away from home and what the experience is going to be, please feel free to ask us about that. We've been there for over 10 years. We know what it's like. So, don't be afraid. Just ask us about that. And these are some pictures I took when I was back home for break. And I thought they were really pretty to represent, what the natural life is like in the area. Okay, and then of course, we're done. So if you have any questions,
yeah, just ask us questions.
Okay, should I give you back?
Oh, right, this is our contact information.
Oh yeah.
Yes. So you can also contact us through here if you have any like specific questions or if you'd like to have like an extended discussion about what the program is like, just feel free to reach out to us.
Well, thank you, both Julia and Kiata, for your sharing. What we will do is, I think some of you may have questions for the ladies about their experience. and also about the dual degree in general. And I think we can definitely make this a more interactive session. So what we would do, feel free to use the Q&A function on the Zoom webinar to ask any questions you might have. But while you're doing that, Amy, let's give them a bit of factual information about the applications first, maybe.
Yeah, yes, of course. I think if we talk a little bit about the application, we might answer some of the questions, at least the basics of them. To do this program, you have to apply. Obviously, this is a program designed for students who are coming straight out of high school or secondary school. And you would actually apply using a couple different tools. The first one is the application for the University of California. So this is one application. It serves all 9 undergraduate campuses. So it's the same application you would use to apply to UCLA, UC San Diego. This is the application that for you to begin this process, you must complete it, you must submit it, and it has to go through the review process at Berkeley first. So University of California application, I will just tell you, it is completely self-reported. So everything that you want to share with the university, everything that they ask you to share is coming directly from you as a student. So you list the courses you take, you list the grades and marks you received. There is an opportunity for you to list any tests that you might have taken. You're absolutely going to be doing some writing. There's 8 questions. You need to pick 4 of them, and you need to reply as perhaps the only way for the admissions office on both spaces at first to get to know you, right? To really introduce yourself through your writing in the application. That application is part 1. Part 2 is a supplemental application that is actually available. It's available now. Where you will find that there's a little bit more extra work to do, but not a whole lot more. I think that's the space where you really start to talk to both institutions, both HKU and Berkeley. So these questions that are put forward are coming to you now, not just from University of California, but that supplement is designed to make sure both admissions committees on both campuses understand who you are, why this program is for you, and what you would do there, what you would do with this program. And then finally, the third part, I would just say for Hong Kong students only, the JUPAS application is still a component that needs to be completed. And I am not an expert on that, so if we have questions later, we'll address it. But I do want to be very sensitive to the fact that we don't know the background of anyone listening to this. So if you are in Hong Kong and JUPAS is a part of your program, you need to complete that as you would normally for HKU. The other 2 might be unique, the University of California application and the supplemental. The deadline is November 30th, hard and fast. It is the one application. We have no early applications. This is the one application to be able to apply not only to this program, but also to the University of California.
Right, so as you have completed the application, here's a bit more on what we're looking for. It will be a joint admissions committee in the sense that both the University of California, Berkeley and HKU will be evaluating your application. And here are the things that we will look for. We look at your academic history and achievements. So particularly in this year, I think if you speak to all the universities, we will keep telling you, give us as much contextual information, history, academic history as you can, because that will help inform us about what you've gone through, especially when all of you who are applying to university this year have had quite an unusual junior and senior experience so far. We will also be looking at interest and profile. That would include information on why you're interested in the dual degree program, but also things that you've done outside of classes. So again, we're looking for students who are interested and who have the academic readiness to join this program. But at the same time, we're also trying to look for someone who is enjoying life, someone who knows that they're doing things for a good cause. These are actually very important characteristics that we look for as well. And what we do look at also is the intention. So both Julia and Kieta told us about why they're interested. They told us about what they expected, how they find this program. And these are the ideas that you will want to be incorporating specifically in the supplemental essay that we have on the dual degree application. It's a short essay, and we're asking you to tell us, now that you're applying specifically to this dual degree program, that is going to mean more work for you, more classes that you have to take. What do you expect to gain out of it? How do you expect this dual degree to help achieve your different goals and aspirations? It doesn't have to be, you're not bound by this, obviously, but this is actually a window for us to understand what you're thinking and what is going through in your mind on all of that.
I'm just going to quickly touch some of the requirements for applying to this program. And they are the requirements at the very baseline. They are the requirements to apply for the University of California. The academic piece is important. Obviously, this is open for students who have completed their senior secondary courses. They've finished high school. You will be applying while you're still doing that, most likely. But this is a program, 4 years program designed to immediately follow high school, and we need to see that you have successful completion of high school. The next one is a little bit misleading in that to apply, you have to have a passing grade or better in all of your courses. But it is a selective process. And so if you're applying to the Berkeley campus or to this program, you want to be aware that successful candidates are probably doing better than passing. But the requirement to apply means that every one of your courses will need to have a C or equivalent of passing or better. Also understand that we won't necessarily get to see the grades that you receive in your final year of secondary school. That's okay, that's normal for us, but we do look to see what kind of courses you're taking. So we want to pay close attention to know that you are taking the most rigorous courses that you can, that are right fit for you. Following those rigorous courses in high school comes this next layer of rigorous courses at the university, and we feel there needs to be a continuum. So we will look to see what types of courses you take in your final year. And then I think it's achievements in your own qualifications. So keep in mind that a lot of our work is about finding the context. And so being able to achieve in an IB program, we have to understand what that IB program offered and what it means. Understanding that international teams are a part of our admissions process as well. So please don't feel like if you aren't in kind of a traditional 4.0 A to C curriculum that we won't understand. We will. We search for context to understand your qualifications, but we also search to see that you are achieving and achieving at a pretty high level in that context, in that academic context. Okay.
Right, so a bit more specifically, and also I think this for students across different examination qualifications. You would wish to note that Berkeley currently is going to be test blind for the full 2021-2022 applicants, meaning that on your application to the University of California, Berkeley, they are not going to look at your SAT reasoning test result. However, keep in mind that we will still ask you to submit that for the university, for this dual degree program particularly, because this is still going to help fulfill a requirement at the HKU side. So there is a bit of a nuance happening here that while for the Berkeley assessment, that it is going to be going to test blind. For HKU, because we do have a set of admissions requirement that all students have to fulfill. For students who are normally in only a US high school curriculum or in a curriculum where your examination board does not have an exit exam that is assessed for all candidates, we do need some sort of public benchmarking. And at that point, you may be using your SAT or ACT result. So keep in mind that this information is going to help HKU on the academic side of assessment and meeting the requirements, but it is not going to affect the assessment at the Berkeley end, especially for the single degree admissions at Berkeley that is something that you might wish to know. But what that also means is for students, if you're a DSE student, an IB student, or an A-level student, and you're applying to this dual degree program, and you have not been able to take the SAT up until now for your application, you will still be eligible to apply for this program as an entrance for the 2021 or 2022 applicant. You also have to provide proof of language proficiency. So there is the first one is an English proficiency. Obviously at HKU and at Berkeley, we are English medium institution, meaning that the courses are done in English. And so you will have to provide that. You may already have met it with your IB courses. You may have done it at your GCSE level, or if not, there is always a TOEFL and IELTS options that you might have. At HKU and also at the evaluation, we also look at students who provide proof of proficiency in a language other than English. And it is not supposed to be a Chinese requirement. In fact, we have students coming to us with Korean, Spanish, French. I have seen Latin once, 1 or 2 years back. So we did take that as a proof of proficiency in a language other than English. It is exactly that. So it is not, again, it's not a Chinese requirement, but this is something that we do look for as a student, especially in the program that we're looking at students who are more globally minded, what we would look at.
Okay, I am going to run through this very long list and do my best to try to help you understand this one single point. When we do review in the University of California system, we're doing a comprehensive review. We also call it a holistic review. And why that matters is because this is a long list, but you'll notice that no one thing on this list is in bold or underlined, or they're not even numbered, right? They're in no particular order. I think that's really important for you to understand, because our process is actually suggesting to you as a student that you bring everything you have, and we will look at all of it without one piece of it outweighing the others. Now, having said that, we are academic institutions. And so I mentioned earlier that having academic achievement is important. It always will be. But because we have so many people who are applying with high academic achievement, we also have an opportunity to look beyond and really think about what students are bringing to us in addition to their academic achievement. So I'm just going to go through this list, and because this list is actually very comprehensive itself, some of these things wouldn't even apply to a student who was coming from a country other than the US, or even a state other than California. But you will see these terms, and if you are coming from one of those places, it's important to remember it's a part of the holistic process. So the interview performance is obviously one thing that we have the luxury of doing with this program that wouldn't be in a normal Berkeley application process. So how you present yourself in the interview will be assessed. Your academic performance, we use shorthand to call it the GPA, but if you don't have that, it's okay. We're looking to see your academic performance and how it's measured. Test scores, if you have them. If you don't, we did talk about how the SAT and ACT is not required for Berkeley, but many people will have AP test scores or subject tests, SAT subject test scores. So those may still be things that you could submit and be a part of this comprehensive review. How many academic courses you've been taking, their rigor, as I mentioned before, and your performance in them. ELC is very specific to California students. It means that you're in the top California high school student, top set of California high school students. And we do use that to assess locally in the state of California. Quality of your senior year. We already talked about this. I hope this message is getting through clearly. We do need to know that you have a very strong senior year program academically. Your performance relative to your opportunities available. So if your school only offered, let's say you're in an AP program and they only offered 3 APs throughout the whole program, and you took 3 of them, well, you've done everything you could. But if they offered 12 and you've taken 3, then that's a very different math, right? So that's what we're talking about in terms of what you're offered versus what you take. You may have opportunities to do special programs, projects, research, internships, externships in an academic field. We would review that. Anything that is an improvement in your academic performance. So what we want to see is an upward trend headed towards graduation of high school. Making sure that any special talents, achievements, awards, things that you have been acknowledged for on the school level, on the national level, maybe international level, those would be incorporated into our review. And then anything that maybe had like special events, opportunities for you to have been engaged outside of the classroom, but still really showing us the skill sets and the real potential that you bring to campus. I think we want to always be mindful that the students at Berkeley represent a very diverse set of global citizens. And we always want to try to take into consideration their background, where they come from. And as I said, we want you to take full advantage of the opportunities you have, but we have to recognize in this review that not everybody is offered the same opportunities in their high schools, which sometimes may lead us to this next link to the location of your secondary school, where you're from. Are you an international student? Are you US? Are you dual citizen? Are you a California resident? Those things can play into it. And then obviously, if you are very skilled at a specific subject, you will likely show us that through a series of things. You'll have taken all the top courses and gotten good grades. You will have been able to show us subject tests or other tests that really point to one specific topic that is your focus of interest. And that is not a requirement, because the beauty of our program is that you actually can choose and find once you get more accustomed to the university setting. But we do find that students come into this process sometimes already knowing what they want to study, and we want to recognize that as a part of the review.
Right.
Okay.
So it's a very long list, obviously.
It is a long list.
As we mentioned, it is part of a holistic evaluation. So these are all different bits and pieces that will make up your evaluation. Let's do some basic housekeeping before we go on to sort of more of the questions. I see actually questions about these actually as well. So tuition fees. When you're a student under this dual degree program, you will be assessed and paying the tuition fees at the institution where you're studying. So for your first 2 years, you will be studying at HKU, and your fees assessed will be according to the HKU. So whether or not you're a Hong Kong resident or not, whether you're a non-local or local student, that will be a differential fees. And at Berkeley, the fees are calculated according to credits and in the semester. So in 2019, that is roughly what one semester worth of credits will cost, and that depends on whether or not you're a California resident or a non-California resident in terms of the fees. Housing, students, you are applying through the halls. If you're a local student, if you're a non-local overseas student, you apply for CEDARS for your year one housing. And also when you return to Berkeley, there is the International House of Student Cooperative option for year three for students who are returning to Berkeley as well. So
I think we just, go ahead.
Go on, sorry.
I think we just want to finish up by once again recognizing what the students have already brought out, what we've tried to bring out, and that this program is for a student who is going to have to do a significant amount of academic work in the university, obviously, right? Is ready to commit to that level of work, but is really excited about finding out about the world through a different lens, and then being able to combine those perspectives into one space and 2 degrees. I think that earlier, Vicki mentioned that you will be an alum of both of these institutions, and the networks available to you are powerful and impressive. But I think also just more at a micro level, the opportunity for you to grow in these two different, very energetic, diverse spaces, and then combine those experiences it's amazing and it's unique. And we hope that you will see it that way, and then you'll explore it. And hopefully in the next few minutes, we can help answer any questions that you might have about how to do it. So
definitely. So we have some questions that have come in as we were speaking. So maybe let me pick one that is probably one of the first students to type up the question. Tips for writing the UC essays. Students, Amy?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, you go first. You did it recently. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think with the UC essays, I did a lot of essays for my college applications. And the thing with the UC essays is it's kind of unique because you write 4 and they're relatively short. And there's a great diversity in the questions. And I think actually there's one question where you can write about anything that you want. And I think like my main tips for writing these UC essays is that they are short. So you need to keep them concise, but it's very important that you keep them interesting. I think like just, this sounds like kind of cliche, but really just like being yourself in the essay, I think will actually really help your essays stand out. Like you can make it a little bit more of a kind of a narrative structure rather than just saying like, oh, here's what I did and here's why it's important. I've seen like a lot of stellar essays that I feel are actually about relatively mundane topics. So I don't think that you should shoot to write your essays about the most impressive things that you can think of. Like sometimes the most thoughtful essays and the most meaningful essays are about things that are relatively normal. Like I actually really remember seeing a stellar essay when my friends and I were working on UC applications that my friend wrote that was simply about like taking care of her little sister and how that's impacted her life. So it's not so much about choosing something that's super impressive and super amazing and super unique, but rather making a really thoughtful essay about the things that actually impact your life and demonstrate who you are.
Yeah, I think that was really well said. I was on the group of admissions directors who created those questions because we wanted to get to a place where we knew that students had choice. So you've got 8 questions to choose. You need to pick 4 of them. And I think that's an important piece of your ability to direct the conversation where you want to in the application. But also remember that they are short. They're very short. 350 words goes fast. And they are pretty direct questions. So be sure that you read the question carefully and that you're answering it directly. I think there is a tip sheet that you can download from the University of California website, which is pretty helpful. It was designed to really help people just reflect and generate questions that might then propel you to get your proverbial pen to paper, right? Because that's the hardest part.
Right, thank you. So let me pick out, okay. I think this one would be for the students. Has it been easy to plan out your courses where your schedule's really packed as you're studying?
At least for me, I think it being easy to plan courses is different than whether your schedule is really packed or not. So it might be really easy to get all your classes together, but depending on how many classes you need to take, that's really going to be the question about how academically hard it is. So at least for me, I've been taking the maximum number of classes each semester at HKU so far, which is 6 classes. And so that's a lot of classes and it's a heavy workload. So I definitely have to work really hard. But I've also recognized that when I'm applying for classes, sometimes one class may not fit in the schedule, but there's always another class that is just as interesting that I can take. So there are options. So there is ways to kind of manipulate your schedule around and, pick and choose and find a way that, the classes that you are interested in fit together in a really neat puzzle that'll work for your semester.
Yeah, I think also another thing to keep in mind when you're scheduling classes for this program is that you really only have 2 years to fit in some of the opportunities. Some things will be able to be counted by either university. But what that means is that sometimes you have kind of an unconventional progression of courses. Like for me, as a politics major, I actually had to start taking the introductory courses to politics at the same time that I started taking my advanced courses to politics. that's pretty uncommon pattern that other students probably won't have. So in that sense, I think your schedule is kind of packed. Like semester by semester, you're going to be taking courses from like greater variation in difficulty. And this also means that there's some complications in planning sometimes, because you might, like for example, need to take an intro level course that's only offered once a year, and there's one section of it, but also you need to take another course. And so there is, as Julia said, a little bit of schedule manipulation required, but it's not like you're without support here. Like you're able to talk to the dual degree advisors on both the Berkeley and the HKU side, and you can communicate with both schools about what works best for you. So you won't be doing this without support, but it can be a little bit more complicated sometimes.
I think what both Julia and Keta, being the first cohort in this dual degree program, experienced a lot of these. Let's work out exactly how to advise and what sort of advice and support. Very specific for the dual degree, and we work with them because they actually came in. There's no example for them to follow. There's no schedule that says it absolutely works this way and they can just copy it. So definitely they've gone through a lot of these advising, a lot of these support as they move through. Another question, and I think we probably, Amy and I will both have to take that. Any scholarships for this? Maybe I'll start out with the HKU side. So I mentioned earlier, for the dual degree, your tuition fees, scholarships are always tied to the fees that you'll be paying at the institution. So at the university, so for the first 2 years, you will be assessed for the entrance scholarship as you were a regular HKU degree student. The entrance scholarship is a merit-based scholarship, and we will look at your academic achievement, we look at your application profile, and if you are awarded an entrance scholarship, it will be based on the secondary school achievements that you have presented to us. So for that, that will be available from the HKU side. Amy, maybe a bit about the financial aid as well for the Berkeley side?
So it's complicated, and this is where we haven't mentioned it before, but University of California is a public university, and that really wouldn't play a factor too much when you're applying or even when you're studying there. But for financial aid, it does matter. It means that the majority of our financial aid dollars and scholarships are actually going to California residents. That's our top priority. And then after that, there is limited amount left for US citizens in other states who could apply for federal aid, and very little available then for international students who wouldn't have access to US federal aid or state aid, and the scholarships on campus are limited as well. So I say that to be very upfront and honest. If you are on our campus as a California resident, you will find that that there are more opportunities for funding. If you are an international student, truly an international student on an F1 visa, it can be quite difficult to find scholarship opportunities for a public institution like Berkeley.
Sure. Okay, so let me just take a look at the questions that are still coming in. One of the questions is about how many students are admitted each year. I think we don't have a hard quota on how many we wish to take. It is definitely not a humongous, huge program. I think what we're aiming for will be 10, 15 students that we will be looking at. The cohort size obviously depends, because we are also looking at very talented students who might have other choices as well. So there's no fixed number that we're limiting it to at this point, but it will be a competitive program for admissions to the university. Another question, and a very specific, again, to the UC app question. When filling in the UC app, is there a specific major that they have to put down and to choose for applying to this dual degree program?
So that's an excellent question. The Berkeley application is actually not going to be focused on the major, but it will be critical that you choose the right college. So for example, if you choose to apply, you'll choose the UC California application, you'll pick the Berkeley campus, and then you're going to choose within the Berkeley campus the College of Letters and Science. So we talked about that earlier. That's where this program is housed. There are other options on that application. Don't pick them, pick the College of Letters and Science. And then within the College of Letters and Science, the application process might ask you if you know what you want to study. And you're welcome to say one of these programs, but the reality is for the admissions process, the primary concern is whether or not you picked the College of Letters and Science. That's what we really need you to do. Beyond that, your major can still be flexible and probably will not impact the admissions process.
And if I may add on to that as well, on the dual degree application that is very specific for this program, we will ask you whether or not you're applying to the Bachelor of Arts at HKU or the Bachelor of Social Sciences at HKU. They are two separate degree programs, so we do need you to know whether or not you're going to a more arts and humanities stream or the more social sciences related stream, because that will affect which of the two degree programs you will end up being admitted to at HKU. So definitely, so for this dual degree, College of Letters and Science at the UC app, and then all the dual degree app, let us know whether or not you're going for the Bachelor of Arts or the Bachelor of Social Sciences. I think we have time for maybe 2 more questions. Sorry, they're jumping up a little bit. English, so there is a local student, HKDSE student, so a student who is doing the Hong Kong diploma, asking IELTS if it's still required. So for admissions to Berkeley, would you prefer to see a TOEFL or an IELTS for your admissions?
So actually, the two are absolutely equivalent for us. It doesn't matter which one, whichever one is most accessible to you. Also this year, we started using Duolingo. So you could also try the Duolingo test, which is just a different format. So I think for us, it's mostly just knowing that you have taken one of them and that you've done, the minimum expectation and maybe even a little better to prove your English proficiency. I wouldn't get too hung up on which of those tests to take. Just take one if you need to prove English proficiency.
Yes, so keep in mind that while for admissions to HKU, we do not need, or we don't even look at any IELTS or TOEFL results that were submitted, because this is a dual degree program that is both HKU and Berkeley. You do need to keep in mind that there is a need for you to demonstrate an English proficiency. So in one of the ways that is mentioned by Amy would be great. And another question that is also related to JUPAS, and then maybe I'll take that. So is it a requirement to apply HKU BA in JUPAS, or do you need to place BA in Band A before December 9th? So rephrase that a little bit. You are only required to submit the JUPAS application if you're an HKDSE student. So for all of you who are in IB, A-level, US high school, Canadian high school, even though you may be a local student doing these international or regional qualifications, you are not required to apply through JUPAS. So only HKDSE students are required to apply also on JUPAS for your BA or Bachelor of Social Sciences. Whether or not you need to put it before December 9th, I think we would very much love to know that you're intended to go into a BA program before December 9th. However, the same rules for you to make adjustments and to reprioritize your JUPAS choices will still apply for this program. But for you, if you are an HKDSE student, for you to successfully enroll in the dual degree program with Berkeley, you are required to be eventually enrolling into HKU BA in your JUPAS choices. So I'm getting the signal. Maybe what I should do is hope we have covered most of the question on the chat. If not, what you can also do is contact us. Here are the emails that you are more than welcome to write to us, whether or not it's via HKU or via Berkeley, to have any questions you might have about the dual degree answered. So for today, before we go, any last words, sharing, encouragements you wanna say?
I definitely encourage, if anyone is interested, to please apply to this program. I'm really glad I did, and I've had a really great experience so far. So I definitely vouch for it, and I really hope more people will be interested.
Yeah, I think it's a really unique program, and You know, it might not be the typical four-year college experience, which I think a lot of people look for, but it's definitely, I don't really think that matters. Like you will enjoy the program. You'll find it special in its own way, even if it's not the conventional college experience.
Amy, I think go on.
I just want to add really quickly that you have such a gift having Keita and Julia here. I just want you to use that resource as much as you can. They shared their information, and they are pioneers in this program, but they're also an enormous amount of information and just real, honest, free information that can help you think about whether or not this is a good program for you. I'm happy to go through all the rules and the websites, but I think their lived experience is a real gift. So thank you for being here.
Definitely. And thank you, Amy, for joining us quite early in the morning as well from your side.
It was a pleasure.
So, I think that's a wrap for the session. Thank you once again for joining us. And if you have questions, we will be checking these emails maybe on Monday when we get back to the office. So thank you.